Want to check in. I'm not quite sure who the legal assistant is today. Make sure we're good to go. Get started.
Yep, we're all set.
Okay, great. Thank you. Um, all right. Well, good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. on July 18th, 2024, and you're joining us for a workshop in proceeding 24M-0261G. This proceeding was designed as a follow-up to the first gas infrastructure plan submitted by Public Service Company of Colorado. I want to take a minute to go through a few acronyms just to make sure this workshop is as accessible as possible. So throughout today's workshop, I may refer to the gas infrastructure plan as the GIP, as shorthand. Additionally, anytime today I or others refer to the company or public service, it should be assumed we're talking about Public Service Company of Colorado, since this proceeding is a follow-up to their filing. Also, while our discussion today will focus mostly on gas load forecasting, it's possible that some could address cost-benefit analysis associated with the evaluation of non-pipeline alternatives. Non-pipeline alternatives are generally strategies or collections of strategies to avoid, defer, or minimize investments in traditional infrastructure like new or upgraded pipelines. The underlying infrastructure need may arise from a variety of circumstances, which might influence what solutions are available. So in those circumstances, you might hear acronym NPA used for non-pipeline alternatives or CBA used for cost-benefit analysis, which would be the comparison of the costs and benefits associated with either approach. People may also refer to the term DSM, which stands for demand side management, or basically energy efficiency measures, put more plainly. Also, you might hear discussions on beneficial electrification, which people might refer to as BE. I just wanted to ensure that anyone listening, including those who might be less familiar with our processes and jargon, are able to follow along and participate in other portions of the proceeding by understanding everything that's going on here today. And I would just ask our presenters, if you're using additional acronyms, it might be helpful for those trying to follow along with our proceeding, if you can kind of first identify them when you introduce those, just so folks can be aware of what you're talking about if they're not already aware. So for context, the gas infrastructure plan is a new proceeding type of which the filing we'll discuss today in retrospect was the first of its type. Subsequently, each of our other gas distribution utilities in the state have submitted non-litigated plans of this type. We don't intend to discuss the other utilities in this workshop. Additionally, a few months after submitting their first gas infrastructure plan, the company also submitted its first clean heat plan, which we are currently in the process of evaluating requests made by the parties for rehearing, re-argument, and reconsideration. To that end, I would ask those speaking to be considerate of the fact that some issues are still being litigated in that proceeding, which I'm confident you'll be able to do. Broadly, and in my own words, the gas infrastructure plans, or GIPs, are intended to provide a venue to identify and understand significant upcoming expenditures on the gas system, understanding what has necessitated the need for a specific project, its location, and any alternatives to the traditional infrastructure investment. This is a notably different goal than which is associated with the clean heat plans, which is focused primarily on greenhouse gas reductions on the distribution and use of natural gas in the company's system. However, given projections for the potential increase in natural gas retail rates that could be associated with flatter declining throughput on the system, either as part of a conscious effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or as a result of a variety of other circumstances, like a dramatic increase in incentives, building code influences, and other factors, the Commission has taken an increased focus on proactively understanding upcoming capital investments on the system and overseeing an analysis as to if any reasonable alternatives may save on cost or minimize the risk of stranded infrastructure on the system. I believe the Commission and stakeholders learned a significant amount during the company's first gas infrastructure plan, which was not fully adjudicated, but utilized comment periods to get feedback from stakeholders and the general public about the information presented by the company and any updates to the process or information that should be considered for the next GIP. I'm appreciative of the efforts of the company, the stakeholders who participated, and the significant support that I've gotten here at the Commission on the advisory and legal staff, from the advisory and legal staff, to help move through not only the first GIP proceeding, which was the first of its type, but also this follow-on work that we're doing here today, or beginning here today. So as a result of that proceeding, several areas were identified by the Commission for improvement or a different approach in the upcoming GIP filing, which is expected in May 2025. That filing will be fully adjudicated. This proceeding here that you're joining us for today has been designed to specifically address three key issues in advance of the company's next GIP filing: gas load forecasting, gas system mapping, and cost-benefit analysis associated with NPAs. To ensure this can run as smoothly as possible and to deliver on our objectives in this proceeding in each of those three areas, I recently released an interim decision laying out the objectives as well as the outline of the work plan, showing how myself and my team see the steps to get there. I hope you all find this useful in preparing for the timing and work scopes so you can be as helpful as possible in fulfilling the objectives. I believe if we make significant progress in the areas here in this proceeding, we can avoid several areas of disagreement in the next GIP, saving each party time and money and allowing us all to begin the proceeding with a much better understanding of the base agreements between us, or between you all. So before I get into today's subject matter, which I will specifically introduce in a minute, I first just wanted to kind of briefly pause and see if any of the presenters joining us today had any thoughts on the work plan, just as an initial matter that I laid out in that decision, in terms of anything myself or my team should consider, especially at this early stage, to ensure that the process that we're envisioning is as effective as possible in fulfilling the intent of this proceeding. So I'll give you 1 second to think on that, and then I'd love to hear if any of our presenters joining us today have any specific feedback on that. I will point out that the Zoom link for today was only shared with presenters, but we've invited non-presenting stakeholders who were interested in following to join on the live stream. So to the extent anyone on the live stream or watching the recording later wishes to comment or provide a suggestion on the work plan that was laid out, any comments can be submitted in this record at any time. At the bottom of our published agenda are some tips and tricks and ways to understand how to submit those comments. So I'll just pause for a moment before I introduce our subject matter specifically for today to see if any of the presenters joining us today had any feedback, concerns, thoughts on what was laid out as the work plan. Mr. Marks.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman. Nice to see you as always, and thank you for hosting this venue for what we hope is a robust conversation. At this time, we don't have anything prepared, so to speak, to address your question on the mechanics of the workshop so far. I think we might provide some feedback in due time on the timing of some of the items, but I think that the general mechanics that you've laid out, we acknowledge, and I think we can work with y'all on meeting your needs and being transparent throughout the process.
Thanks, Mr. Marks. Appreciate it. And there's kind of, as a brief overview, a few early stage workshops here on a variety of topics, and then in kind of each of these three areas, a time allotment where we anticipate the company would go and develop a proposal, and then some comment time for stakeholders to evaluate that proposal, and then likely some closing workshops at the end to see how close we can get on how many issues. Mr. Rogers from Denver.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Jonathan Rogers from the City and County of Denver here. I think we'll get into it in our presentation later, but wanted to be responsive to the initial question and just very excited to be included as an authority having jurisdiction looking towards these long-term infrastructure planning efforts, figuring out, how are we siting the energy infrastructure that we need to meet our community's energy needs in affordable, reliable, and carbon-free ways, and addressing some of the data sharing processes and just challenges in terms of, identified barriers that have limited our ability to date to be effectively at the table with the company and these processes. But looking forward to working on solutions with everyone.
Excellent. Thanks, Mr. Rogers. Any other comments, including like specifically how you see working with that work plan we've laid out? I know I sprung it on everyone, so apologies, but it's an early stage and still just a bit malleable if we need to speed something up, change direction, shift something. It's just something I'd rather know now, just so we can ensure that our time is all well spent and we all can fulfill the objectives that we've set out. So any other comments? I'll just give one more second and then move on. Feel free to submit any comments, obviously, to the extent they relate to the work plan. The sooner the better. We have already calendared the next workshop, which will be July 29th. But after that, just a bit malleable, but it will get less and less so as we move forward. So if there are any comments on how we foresee that, and obviously would love to hear any comments if that was helpful. It's kind of something new we tried, hoping that we could help provide more transparency and also help each of the stakeholders kind of manage their time better, understand how we see it going and what scopes of work we see coming through in the future to kind of give as much a heads up as possible. So be happy to get any comments on that. The sooner the better would be ideal for us. So now getting into today's substance, Commission Rule 4553B was heavily contemplated as part of the GIP rulemaking in proceeding 21R-0449G. It includes new requirements for load forecasting, which is to be included in both the Clean Heat Plan as well as Gas Infrastructure Plan load forecasting. Throughout the rulemaking, participants had an opportunity to comment on and argue for specific outcomes. And over about a year of consideration and interaction with the company as well as stakeholders, those final rules were adopted by the Commission, which laid out in part our expectations for load forecasting in these proceedings. And the arguments and ultimate decision in the proceedings centered around acknowledgement that future load forecasting on the gas system in terms of both throughput and peak capacity may be impacted by several significant outside factors that we should be taking into account, especially to ensure that we're not over-investing or straining assets on the system to the extent possible. So included in the rule are requirements to forecast with localized segmentation and include the impacts of things like building codes and building performance standards, incentives for electrification, including federal and state and local sources, changes to line extension allowances, and the price elasticity of demand. Within the first GIP, the company did not provide forecasting specifically, including each of those attributed factors. We heard some difficulty in processing each of those factors to get to fully compliant forecasting. So therefore, this forum is intended to help advance the area of load forecasting to set us on a path for compliant forecasting with the requirements of Rule 4553B by the next GIP. So today is the first step in that process. I expect we'll hear from the Colorado Energy Office, the City and County of Denver, and the City of Boulder. Each of those entities, I expect to share some information about building codes and standards, as well as electrification incentives in their specific areas of purview to understand any current or projected impacts that they see on gas throughput and capacity related to those changes. We'll also hear from the company on any plans they have internally to improve forecasting toward that rule compliance. So if it's okay with our presenters, I anticipate likely hearing from each of you and then having a discussion after we're all done. But if anyone has any scheduling concerns, just let me know. If somebody needs to go earlier in the afternoon, just let me know that, and then we can maybe target some of the discussion related to your pieces early on. So I anticipate we'll end sometime between 4 and 5 p.m., just depending how the conversation and productivity is doing as we get closer to the end. And we'll try and find a pretty reasonable time for a break when we're about halfway done. at a nice breaking point. So with that, I would like to introduce our presenters from the Colorado Energy Office to help take us through some of the items from their perspective. Mr. Hay, Mr. K, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Jocelyn Durkay, and I'm with the Colorado Energy Office. I'll be introducing our two presenters today, Adam Berry and Crystal Egelkamp. And as noted, I'm joined by Keith Hay and our counsel, Jessica Lowry. We're very pleased at the opportunity to present. And as the commission and stakeholders are aware, the state of Colorado has adopted economy-wide greenhouse gas reduction goals and goals for the building sector specifically, which include a 7% reduction by 2026 and a 20% reduction by 2030 relative to a 2021 baseline. And this is where buildings represent approximately 10% of total annual state emissions currently. As was noted, Commission Rule 4553 lists the contents of a gas infrastructure plan, with subsection B listing forecasting requirements for gas distribution utilities. And as was also noted, this rule states in part that a utility filing under this rule shall indicate how its forecast incorporates, to the extent practicable, relevant external factors, including but not limited to the effect of current or enacted state and local building codes and building electrification programs or incentives offered by the local electric utility or local or federal entities that overlap with the utility's gas service territory. So today, Adam and Crystal will be presenting an overview of two relevant state efforts. First, building codes by Adam, which CO provides training and technical guidance for pursuant to House Bill 1362 that was adopted in 2022, and also CO's statutory duties and powers. And then building benchmarking and performance standards presented by Crystal, which CEO administers pursuant to House Bill 1286 adopted in 2021. And then we'll conclude with a brief overview of state and federal incentives. So with that, I will hand it over to Adam, and thank you again for the opportunity today.
Great, thank you, Jocelyn. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. All right, can everyone see my slides? Are we all good with there? Okay, perfect. So thanks again, Jocelyn, and thank you again, Commissioner Gilman, for hosting us today. As Jocelyn noted, I'm Adam Berry with the Energy Office, and I will be speaking mostly today about building energy codes and the implications for energy codes on energy use reductions, and in particular gas use reductions in new construction across the state. So just wanted to start off and make sure everybody understands fully exactly what energy codes are, and make sure that we have a level playing field there. So these are regulations that govern the design, construction, and major renovations of buildings for the purposes of ensuring energy efficient construction, design and construction. This includes things like insulation, heating and cooling systems, water heating, lighting, and other electrical uses around a building. And then there are both opportunities for specific prescriptive requirements where there's a long list of requirements that are required to be met, or performance targets that can be met in lieu of prescriptive requirements. And as noted, the Energy Code's primary goal is to ensure energy efficiency, although in more recent times, there have also been efforts to result in decarbonization as in addition to energy efficiency. And then just looking at where our energy codes are and what they are, there are two really main energy codes that are used across the nation and in Colorado, which is the International Energy Conservation Code, which covers residential and low-rise multifamily. There's actually also a commercial portion of the energy code, is the International Energy Conservation Code as well, but largely that is based around HRA standard 90.1, which covers high-rise multifamily buildings and commercial buildings. Looking at the trajectory for energy codes at the national level over time, you can see that since 1975, when the first energy codes were being developed, There are significant energy use reductions in that time, looking at almost a 60% reduction in the commercial code from HRA 90.1, and then about a little under 50% reduction in the residential side from the IECC. HRA as an organization has committed that 90.1, standard 90.1, will be moving to a net zero carbon code by their 2031 edition. So they are on a pretty aggressive trajectory to meet that target. The IECC, which is developed by the International Code Council, is not necessarily on that same trajectory. There have been a lot of concerns raised at the national level about the trajectory that the IECC is on, and that it is not prioritizing decarbonization and is focusing exclusively on energy efficiency. And I will note that the IECC as currently offers many of those decarbonization options as optional add-ons, but are not part of code requirements. So now starting to get into some of the information about where these codes are going in terms of energy use reduction, as well as specifically natural gas use reductions in new buildings, as well as electricity reductions. So looking at this chart here on the left side, the blue line indicates the energy use performance of the building as a whole. And then the gray line represents natural gas use reductions. And the orange line represents electricity use reductions. And this is comparing the IECC 2006 version, which is the first year that the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory started doing analysis on the IECC, all the way up to the 2021 code, which is the most recent published code. And as you can see, there are significant declines in natural gas usage. There are modest declines in electricity usage in residential buildings. And I guess I should have noted that this slide is specifically about residential buildings. The next slide will be more about commercial buildings. And then you will note that each of those segments represents the different climate zones in Colorado. So Colorado has 4 major climate zones, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And there are relatively significant gains in energy efficiency, particularly in natural gas use in those 4 climate zones, with climate zone 4 seeing the most significant from the oldest code to the most recent. And then over on the right-hand side, you can essentially see numbers put to that visual data over there on the left. And I compared both the oldest code to the most recent code, but I also compared the 2015 and 2018 IECCs to the most recent code, because as you'll see on a slide in a few minutes, most of the state's population lives under a jurisdiction that is either on the 2021 IECC already, or is on the 2015 or 2018 IECC. So trying to do more relative comparisons about what would be relevant for Colorado and seeing what those improvements look like.
Mr. Berry, I have a quick question. I know I said I wouldn't.
Sure, please.
But then I couldn't help myself. Is this modeled or projected drops, or observed like actuals on usage data?
These are based on models developed by the Pacific Northwest National Lab. So they are not necessarily based on use cases exactly, and they are based on national data for those climate zones. So there are going to be buildings that probably perform differently than, better than this, worse than this, but these are averages based on the models that they're expecting.
Okay. Are you aware, like, of any resource that does actuals, goes back and tries to say by vintage, have we seen this bear out per square foot? And then as a tangent to that question, are you aware of any resource that looks at this from kind of the capacity side, in addition to just like the energy, how much are they using? Like, are we reducing the max demand of the buildings as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I am not aware of specific resources that have tracked that at the aggregate level. I think there are resources that look at it in potentially in specific case studies, like at the building level, that I don't represent here in this presentation, and we'd be happy to try to find information on. And then in terms of the impact of the overall codes on peak levels, I think there has been a lot of research and study done on, again, based on models, but not necessarily based on actual performance. That becomes challenging, especially in a place like Colorado, where we have a very diverse set of codes that are in place.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. I knew I said I wouldn't interrupt you, but then I saw this and I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, no problem at all. So moving on to look at the commercial side, you'll see very similar. I do apologize. These charts were produced by the Pacific Northwest National Lab. So the colors are actually reversed here, where natural gas is orange in this case and electricity is the blue line. But looking at this, you will see continued significant reductions in natural gas use from the oldest edition that PNNL has looked at for HRA 90.1, which is the 2004 edition, all the way up to the most recent, which is the 2019 edition. And you can see actually what is a little bit unique on this slide that is different from the last slide is you also see significant electricity use reductions on the commercial side, which were not as significant on the residential side. And similarly, looking at the data on the right side there, representing the percentage reductions, you will see that from the oldest code edition, HRA 90.1 2004, to the most recent 2019, there are fairly consistent reductions in natural gas use percentage-wise in commercial buildings as there were in residential, but there are significantly less so in the more recent editions when you compare them relative to the residential. So just talking a little bit about Colorado's energy code structure and why a lot of this consideration is important. So Colorado, as I think most of you all know, is a home rule state. Local governments have the authority to adopt and enforce compliance with building codes, and that includes building energy codes. State law now, as Jocelyn referred to, House Bill 1362 did set a requirement for a minimum energy code that local governments must adopt and enforce if and when they move forward with building codes. That may look like an update to an existing building code or an entire adoption of an entirely new version of a building code. There are statewide minimums that they now must go to. So that is the 2021 IECC, and along with there are certain electric ready, solar ready, and EV ready pre-wiring requirements that go along with that code. And then looking at what the state's role is here, most of our role has become to develop new model codes that serve as that statewide minimum in upcoming years, and then also to provide resources and technical assistance to local governments to help them with adoption, implementation, and enforcement of energy codes. So this map is going to show a geographic representation of where the current code landscape is for energy codes across the state of Colorado. So as you can see on the right-hand side in those numbers, large percentage of the Colorado population lives in jurisdictions that are on the 2015 IECC or newer. And that is kind of hard to see on this map just because most of the population centers are very dense, whereas, you know, there are large geographic areas of Colorado that have relatively small populations. On this map, looking at it, the lighter colors generally denote that they are on the latest energy codes. So that really bright yellow, light yellow color is going to represent the 2021 IECC, both for the municipalities and the counties. And as you start getting to the darker blue in the cities, that's older energy codes. Starting to get towards the darker red in the counties, that is the older energy codes for them. So then looking at another important piece of information that is represented here is the projections or the current expectations for growth and where in the state construction is happening. So looking at this map, looking at the darker shaded counties are where you're denoting more construction happening, and then as the shading gets lighter, less construction is happening. So as you can see from the data on the right side here, just in 2023 alone, there were almost 40,000 new residential permits being pulled for construction for Colorado, which will help give us an understanding of the current growth trajectories, what is currently being built, as well as what is going to be built within the next year or two. And looking at where that is happening, almost 3/4 of it is happening within jurisdictions that are already on the 2021 IECC code. And so the remaining 25% is happening around areas of the state that are on a code edition older than the 2021 IECC. And since we were kind of breaking down the gaps between 2015 IECC and better, and then those that are on older than 2015 IECC, only about 1% of those permits, construction permits, are being pulled in those jurisdictions. So that are on the code that are older than the 2015 IECC. So as you look at where geographically it may seem like there are a lot of jurisdictions that are on codes that are outdated relative to the most recent codes, most of the construction is actually happening in the areas where those codes are more updated. And so now looking at the map of the Colorado energy code adoption relative to overlapping with the Colorado map that the Colorado Energy Office has developed for gas utility service territories, you can kind of see where, generally speaking, the most up-to-date codes have been adopted and how those overlay with the gas utility territories. Largely speaking, Xcel or Public Service Companies territory represents in more cases than not, the most updated energy codes in the state. Black Hills, I know we're mostly talking about public service today, but I'm just noting that Black Hills kind of straddles that gap a little bit, where they represent some areas that are very advanced in energy codes and some areas that are not. And then looking at Atmos and some of the other utilities are generally located in areas, by and large, that are on less advanced energy codes. So just trying to talk a few takeaways. I've thrown a lot of information and a lot of data at you and trying to narrow these down into more key takeaways here. Looking at where the construction growth is happening is largely within Xcel Energy and Black Hills Energy territory. The oldest editions of the energy codes generally are located in areas in Black Hills and Atmos gas territories. As I noted, though, Black Hills does kind of straddle some areas that are also on very advanced energy codes. In terms of predicting where we might see the most movement in energy codes, it's really hard to make any kind of concrete determination on, who is not currently on the most recent energy code will move forward in the near future. But in terms, if we have to make a prediction looking at the jurisdictions that tend to be on the 2015 or the 2018 IECC are the ones we would think are most likely to move forward in the near future, given that because they are on a relatively recent energy code, that they are more likely to keep relatively current. And so as you noticed on a previous slide, where about 30% of the state's population and about 25% of the state's growth is happening in one of those jurisdictions that's on 2015 or 2018. So there is still some significant room for improvement to the more recent energy codes. And then looking at the aggregate impact versus the building level impact of energy code usage on gas, or energy code adoption on gas usage at the building level, generally speaking, the areas of the state where there are the most outdated energy codes at the building level have the most opportunity for gas use reductions, which generally align with the Black Hills and Atmos utility service territories because of those outdated codes, but also recognizing that generally speaking, those same areas are not the areas where you're seeing most of that growth. And so recognizing that many of the local jurisdictions who are on the 2015 and 2018 codes which still represent a fairly significant opportunity for improvement to 2021, generally speaking, are in those more densely populated areas and largely align with public service territory. So in the aggregate, even though there might be some of the areas of the state that individually would have more opportunity for gas use reductions, in the aggregate, I think we would expect to see that public services territory would have some of the largest opportunities for overall aggregate gas use reduction. And then just wanted to highlight a few of the sources of information for our utility partners and for anyone else who is interested, understanding where some of this information comes from. So the Energy Office ourselves maintain the database that has the information on code adoption. So that map that demonstrated where every jurisdiction across the state is in terms of energy code adoption is something we develop and maintain. The Pacific Northwest National Laboratory does a lot of the analysis and modeling on improvements in energy codes over time and how those affect the use of energy overall, as well as electricity and natural gas specifically. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory, while none of their information was used necessarily in this presentation, does host the ResStock and ComStock data that can help provide information on building characteristics and locations so that it can help provide more of that concrete data so that as you're moving from PNNL's information, which is largely focused on a certain model buildings, then the Restock and Comstock data can help provide more specific and accurate building characteristics. Looking at construction growth trends, we pulled data from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's State of the Cities, I believe is what that SOCDS stands for, their buildings permit database, where local governments are actually required to submit building permit information to that database. And so they host a database of all the building permits. And that's where we pulled the growth in permits trends from. And then the Colorado State Demographer is the authority on determining population forecasts and trends across the state and could help identify, in addition to where we're seeing those short-term trends from new construction in that permits database, where we might be expecting to see longer-term growth trends. So that is the end of my presentation. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, Crystal, who's going to be talking about building benchmarking and performance standards.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you to the commissioner for allowing me to speak today. As mentioned, I'm Crystal Egelkamp, and I will be talking about the state's Building Performance Standards Program. Adam, I'm sorry, you will be my slide presenter, so please go to the next slide. So just an introduction to what building performance standards are, in case some people on the call are not familiar. So building performance standards, commonly referred to as BPS or performance standards for short, help set energy and greenhouse gas emission target reductions in existing buildings. These policies and programs are very effective in incentivizing building owners to reduce their energy use. We found at the state that buildings are one of the 4th largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions, which helped move the state to pass the legislation to create this program. As mentioned, building performance standards will help reduce energy use as well as greenhouse gas emissions, but there's also a lot of other benefits, including reduced energy bills for tenants, improved tenant health, as well as an increase in jobs, building-related jobs, and clean energy jobs as well. Next slide, Adam. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the state's BPS program. I do know that I am working on limited time, so I will try to go as fast and concise and clear as possible. But an introduction to our program, I will mention briefly that there is a current litigation filed against the state's Building Performance Standards Program, but the Energy Office will not be commenting on that pending litigation. So as Jocelyn mentioned, the Energy Performance for Buildings Statute, or House Bill 1286, went into effect in 2021, and it established statewide benchmarking requirements for building owners to comply with annually. But more importantly, it established building sector-wide emission reduction goals to be met with building performance standards. So these goals are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 7% by 2026 and 20% by 2030. Our program covers buildings that are 50,000 square feet and larger, and this covers roughly around 8,300 buildings in the state. This will cover many different building types or property types, as we call them, but this can be commercial buildings, multifamily buildings. It can include buildings such as hospitals and data centers, as well as public buildings that are owned by the state or local governments as well. We do have some exceptions in our program, so we don't cover every single building in the state, but we do have some exceptions carved out for manufacturing and agricultural buildings, and some exceptions for parking as well. Our program does tie in nicely to Adam's program as well. So newly constructed buildings do need to comply with this program, but they come into our program after they have been occupied for at least 1 year. But they do have to comply with the BPS, and our hope is that buildings that have been built to the most recent energy code will more easily come into compliance for this program. The graph on the right is just demonstrating the top 12 jurisdictions in the state, but this is a breakdown of where our buildings are located in the state. So 25% of our buildings are located in the city and county of Denver, but we do have a lot of buildings in Arapahoe and El Paso, as well as Boulder as well. And I know we have colleagues from the city and county of Denver and Boulder who will be talking on this call as well, and they have their respective benchmarking and BPS programs as well. Next slide, Adam. So I just mentioned the statute that created these requirements. In 2023, the Air Quality Control Commission adopted more detailed rules for our BPS program. And essentially, this was a lengthy stakeholder collaboration process where we helped write how building owners will comply with these reductions. What pathways and metrics can they try to meet to come into compliance, and how can the state provide the most flexibility to them while they're doing this as well. I will actually go over these on the next slide. I do want to highlight that there are some deadlines coming up for the BPS. I'm not going to talk about them here, but I will mention one of them a little bit later. Adam, do you want to go to the next slide? Thank you. So this slide very broadly goes over the compliance pathways and metrics that we decided in the rulemaking. So building owners have the option to choose two different metrics, and whichever metric is best for their building. So the two metrics we decided on were site UI, or site energy usage intensity. If anyone's not familiar, that is a building's energy usage divided by the building square footage. It's usually more intuitive for building owners and property managers to be able to understand and track. And usually it's tied to behavioral improvements and energy efficiency retrofits in a building. So the first metric is site UI. The second metric we allowed building owners to choose from is greenhouse gas intensity. We added this metric because we did hear from stakeholders that site UI perhaps isn't the best metric that would reflect perhaps renewable energy at a building or electrification if a building owner decides to go down that pathway. So we introduced two metrics that building owners can choose from. The first two pathways on this slide is the energy efficiency pathway, which is associated with the site UI, greenhouse gas reduction associated with the GHGI, or greenhouse gas intensity target. Both these pathways are tied to property type or building type. So as I mentioned on a previous slide, there are several different building types out there. But we do have a table that I've linked to on these slides where a building owner, let's say they are an office building or designated as an office building, building owners usually can select this based on how their buildings are used. So they would go to our table, go down to office, and then they would see the corresponding 2026 and 2030 site UI and GHGI targets, try to say that really fast, for their property type. So these are the two metrics, and these are the first two pathways. However, Adam, if you click the button, you will see that we did add a third pathway. We refer to this as the standard percent reduction pathway. What this does is creates more flexibility for the building owners. We do know buildings are multi-use usually. So although they may be classified as an office use building, they could have a restaurant as part of that building, or perhaps a data center or another use type. So if a building owner is not comfortable trying to meet a target associated with a specific property type, they can instead go the standard percent reduction pathway, and they still have the ability to choose whether site UI or greenhouse gas intensity target is right for them. And usually what building owners will do, and this is tying back into my previous slide, but building owners are going to tell the state what pathway and metric they are choosing for their building, and that is due June 1st of 2025. So building owners are talking to engineers and getting energy audits done in their building and understanding where their baselines are and how they can, what measures they can take to meet the state's targets. So they will be filing this documentation with us next year, but they have all these different options available to them, and they kind of get to see what is best for their building. We also do have adjusted target and timelines that will be available to our building owners. The Energy Office is currently working on developing these procedures, and that will be available later this year as well. Adam, next slide. So again, I'll just be very brief here because I do know I have limited time, but these two graphs are just demonstrating how these different pathways and targets could work for a building. So in this example, I'm using site UI because that's the most common metric used. You will see that the blue line on these graphs is associated with the energy efficiency property type pathway. So that's a site UI associated with like that office property type, has that specific property type tied to it. The gray line is the standard percent reduction approach. Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually completely forgot to explain this. But with standard percent reduction, what we do is we ask the building owners just to make a flat reduction. It's pretty much a cap on how the type of reduction they need to make in their building. So for the standard percent reduction, instead of just meeting a target that we've set, they can make a simple 13% reduction in energy or greenhouse gas emissions by 2026, and then a 29% reduction by 2030. So that's why it's called the standard percent reduction approach. And you'll actually see that in effect on these charts. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the baseline using site UI is a 401. We call this a high energy using building. So a good example of this is a hospital or a data center. And again, the blue line is associated with the property type targets we set, but that gray line is that standard percent reduction. So you can see that for 2026, that 13% reduction provides more flexibility and does not require that building owner to make such a steep reduction to that 217 target in 2026. And the state, built out these pathways based on the benchmarking data we received and with those statutory goals as well. So all of this is baked in to allow building owners to still choose these pathways, but still meet the state's goals. On the right-hand side, however, you will see something we call a high-performing building. So you'll see their baseline EUI is a 61. You can usually tell that's a really good performing building. And you'll see on this approach that meeting our property type target is best for that building owner instead of going that standard percent reduction route, which would require them to make further reductions. So our building owners have lots of resources and trainings on what pathway is correct for them. So I will, stop talking about this now. Adam, you can go to the next slide. So these next two slides, I apologize, I don't have as much great flashy data as Adam does, but hopefully, as you can tell, the state is very early on in implementation of this program. And I do know our colleagues at Denver have been implementing their program a lot longer than we have. So as I mentioned with our rulemaking, we've set all of these metrics and different pathways. We've used the sector goals to work backwards to set these targets. So we do have some projected impacts, but I will say they are preliminary projections on like the grid, the utilities, as well as future emission goals. So this slide right now is projecting the breakdown of fuel use within a building. So when building owners benchmark to the state, they provide annualized energy use data. So we'll receive all of their natural gas, electricity usage, steam, diesel, there's various types of fuel types, and they will report all that to the state. In this example, I'm just looking at electricity versus natural gas. So in our 2021 baseline data that we received from building owners, we did see that the current breakdown average in our buildings and across our building stock was that it was 49%, I believe, is that 49? 46%, sorry, it's very small on my screen. 46% of electricity and then 54% of the building was using natural gas. We are projecting that there will be a slight increase in electricity fuel use, but again, that is a projection. So as you'll see on this graph, it's a very, very little change over the time until 2030. And as I mentioned, those building owners are selecting their pathways next year. And even when they select their pathway, we can start updating these projections to kind of, estimate compliance and how this will affect the grid better. But when they also submit these energy audits of how they're going to meet these targets and such, we will get more data. So even though we know the fuel usage within a building, that doesn't necessarily tell us what type of equipment they have in the building. Also, our policy does not force electrification. Building owners can do a like for like of gas replacement. So they could have highly efficient gas equipment. So again, that does make the projections a little bit hard because there's a lot of moving factors. But this was the projected data from our rulemaking on this breakdown of fuel usage over time. And Adam, next slide.
Sorry. When I see a graph, I want to know more of. I'm so excited. I have to ask. Okay, so this is just looking at the breakdown of electric versus gas, but conceivably, I mean, and kind of by your rule, in 2026, the whole pie is actually smaller. And in 2030, the whole pie is actually smaller again. Do you have any version of this graph where, the blue starts at the top and then we see how much each individual fuel decreases, taking into account both the change in mixture and the impact of reduced usage?
So I don't have a graph like that right now, but I will say this is also at 100% because it's estimating our building stock. So 8,300 buildings are covered; they should be covered in 2030 as well. So I do recognize that this is not the best graph to display this data. However, Adam, if you go to the next slide, so this next slide isn't talking about the fuel usage within the building, but this is also the one tackling the emissions and how we expect that to
I think
decrease
this
over
is
time.
what I was looking to see.
Okay, okay. Um, and also you never have to apologize about having data questions. I love people who love data. So on this slide, this does project the emissions and the impacts of the grid. So, you know, with our program, we do know building owners are decreasing their energy usage, and that will likewise have impacts on their emissions. So the bar on this graph are the sector-wide goals that the state must meet in this program. And we set those targets to meet that. So that bar is there, and you'll see where we were in 2021. But what this graph is showing is that overall emissions from both gas and electric will decrease. Buildings are becoming more efficient. So, you know, they're decreasing the load. And so they will both decrease. However, we do know that there's a higher decrease of emissions from electricity due to the grid getting cleaner. But as I mentioned with the equipment, you know, we're not forcing electrification. Until building owners tell us if they're going to electrify or what pathway they're choosing, we can't fully know, you know, that's why I say it's projection. We can't fully know, you know, how much this will go down. But this is our projection from the data we received from building owners for our baseline and with the state's targets of what this will potentially look like with emissions and the reduced impact of the grid. So we are hoping, I told Jocelyn and our team that we hope we can continue working with the PUC in the future as we get better data for this program and can update these projections when we get that data. And we also are working more closely with building owners to capture case studies and actually learn more about like what's going on inside their buildings and how they're going to comply with our program. And then Adam, I think that may be my last slide. The next slide just has some links to our legislation and program website and such. And I think it's back to Adam or Jocelyn.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. My mouse was not cooperating. Well, thank you, Crystal, and big forgiveness from everybody that I think we are taking more than our 30 minutes, but as you can see, there's a lot of information here to present. So just going to do a brief overview now of some of the federal and state incentives that are out there for efficiency improvements and electrification improvements. Both in new construction as well as in existing homes and commercial buildings. And I will just note that the slides that I'm about to present are a very high level overview and that there are additional more detailed slides later on for anyone who may be interested when these slides are shared. So just going to the first slide, looking at the federal incentives for building efficiency and electrification. So within the new construction exclusively category, there really is only one credit that is available exclusively for new construction efficiency and electrification, and that is the 45L New Energy Efficient Home Credit. So that's a credit that's available to new homes being built that either meet the Energy Star program's standards for new homes or the Department of Energy's Zero Energy Ready Homes standard. Both of those standards, my understanding is that neither of those standards require electrification, although many projects that do get certified under those projects do choose electrification. And so that incentive will help drive both electrification and efficiency in new construction of homes. Looking at programs that are available both for new construction and retrofits. The 179D commercial buildings deduction is an opportunity for both existing commercial buildings and new commercial buildings to reduce energy use relative to their baseline. And so the minimum energy efficiency savings or energy use reduction required to be eligible for this credit is 25% relative to the baseline. And then that goes, the credit will be available all the way up to buildings that save 50% or more of their energy use. For existing buildings, the baseline is the existing building's energy use over time. For new buildings, it is relative to an HRA 90.1 standard reference building. So those are the two standards depending on whether you're new or existing. And then there's also an investment tax credit that's available that can help large commercial buildings install clean energy projects that relate to electrification and efficiency, including rooftop solar and things like geothermal heating or district heating projects. That is a 30% tax credit, or up to 30% tax credit. And then it can potentially get up to 50% depending on certain conditions that the project may meet. And then finally, looking at the retrofit only category, not available to new construction at all, are the 25C and the 25D credits, which apply. The 25C is for energy efficiency and electrification improvements. So that looks like anything like insulation, windows, doors, as well as equipment replacements. So that can look at like both high efficiency non-electric equipment and also incentives for heat pumps and heat pump water heaters and things like that. And then the 25D residential clean energy credit is similar to the investment tax credit, except on a residential scale. So looking at rooftop solar, geothermal, heat pumps, battery storage, things like that is what that credit is available for. So that's the federal credit side. Looking at state incentives, again, under the new construction and retrofits, there's the Colorado residential heat pump tax credit, which is $1,500 for an air source heat pump, up to $3,000 for a water source heat pump, ground source heat pump, or combined source heat pump, and then $500 for a heat pump water heater. And noting that heat pumps that serve multiple dwelling units are eligible for multipliers of that credit. So for example, if you have one heat pump system that serves 5 residential units, you could get 5 times whatever the credit was for the heat pump that you selected. There is also that same credit program has a commercial credit that is a credit based on the amount of capacity of the heat pump system. So up to $1,500 for every 4 tons of capacity for that system. And then there are home electrification rebates, which I will acknowledge right now are not currently available, but are going to be available soon. These are income qualified rebates for either new homes that install electric appliances from the beginning, or existing homes that are replacing old non-electric equipment with high efficiency electric equipment, and looking at up to potentially $14,000 in rebates per household for those income qualified folks. And then finally, looking at the retrofit only category, there are a similar program to the home electrification rebates is the home energy efficiency rebates. And this is more rebates that are specifically targeted in Colorado's program, at least, are going to be targeted at large multifamily buildings, as well as manufactured and mobile home projects and homes. And this is intended specifically to target energy efficiency improvements that reduce energy use within a home by a certain percentage. The minimum is 25%, and then the rebate amounts would increase for homes that are able to achieve a 35% energy savings or greater. So that's the high level overview of all the incentives at the federal and state level. And we just want to acknowledge too that there are many utility level incentives. There are some local governments across the state that offer incentives, but it's such a wide variety that it's really hard to condense into a single presentation. And so do want to acknowledge that we don't talk about those specific rebates and incentives, but that those are there in many cases.
Thanks, Mr. Berry. Appreciate it. And thank you to CEO for coming today and sharing this information with us. I'll have some more questions for you at the end when we get into a discussion. But if it works for you, I'll move on to our next presenters now, who I believe is the City and County of Denver. Hello.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Katrina Manigan. I'm the Director of Buildings and Homes with Denver's Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency. I am joined today by Eric Browning, our Chief Building Official, and Jonathan Rogers, the Director for Mobility and the Energy Transition from our Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency. Eric is with our Community Planning and Development Department. So I will kick us off and then pass the presentation, go into full screen mode. Okay, we will today cover just some basic background on our goals, our building code, our building performance policy and our electrification incentive programs. Denver's Climate Office works in all 6 of these areas and is funded by our Climate Protection Fund. Energy efficient buildings and homes is where we'll be focused in terms of talking about our incentive programs today. Our goal is to buildings and homes are responsible for 64% of Denver's greenhouse gas emissions. And so our goal is for all new buildings and homes to be 0 emissions by 2030, and all existing buildings and homes to be 0 emissions by 2040, which is aligned with our office-wide and citywide goal of eliminating greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. I'll touch briefly on our energy code goals and then pass it to Eric Browning, our chief building official, to go through what we have done in our building code. So for new construction, you can see our goals shown on these charts here. I'll talk you through them. Our 0 emission new buildings goal is shown in green. We do, as a goal, include that it is a target set assuming system-wide renewables. So you can see our 0 emission goal is not at 0 because the grid will not be 0 emission in 2030. It will be 85% renewable in 2030. And then in orange, you can see the national model energy codes for commercial and residential buildings. In gray, you can see the HRA standards. We adopt the IECC codes and then amend them. So you can see the blue dots are the Denver energy code. So Eric will go through the details of what we have done in our Denver energy code from 2022, which is the last blue dot with the actual line under it. You can see our target then for our Denver energy code in 2025 and 2028 on those next 2 dots. So with that, I will pass it to Eric Browning to present.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Eric Browning. I'm the Chief Building Official in Community Planning and Development Department here with the City and County of Denver. And I'm going to start by talking through a little bit of the process that Denver goes through when we adopt our codes. And this includes energy codes as well as other suites of codes such as building, fire, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, etc. This is just one example of the large internal and external stakeholder process that we engage in with our community members in order to develop the language of our code amendments. And just as you can see on this slide, a subset of those participants is quite both broad and deep in terms of the participation that we ensure we have for the involvement and the development of that code language. Next slide, please. In order to achieve the goals that Katrina started discussing, there are a number of high impact amendments that we've made to the energy code. As a reminder, Denver starts with the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code as a base model code, and we amend specific provisions to increase stringency, to offer multiple compliance pathways, and specifically to incentivize electric infrastructure and systems, and in particular, prioritizing heat pump technology over electric resistance. As we know, not all electric sources are equal. So on this slide, we also see that for new commercial construction, starting at the beginning of this year, fuel gas, space and water heating is not allowed. Heat pump technology is required for those systems. We updated our modeling pathways all again to incentivize electrification, and the same is true for our prescriptive pathways. On the residential side, we've got 50% renewables or 50% renewables or efficiency or electrification pathways from a code compliance perspective. Again, also options from a modeling pathway and also on the residential side from the prescriptive pathway point of view to incentivize electrification over fuel gas. Next slide. We have a huge amount of resources available, and I give a lot of credit to our partners in the Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency to develop the Zero Emissions Hub. We in Community Planning and Development partner with CASR constantly to provide resources for our customers, whether they're homeowners, if they're design professionals, if they're installers. Everyone needs this information, and it needs to be easily accessible and digestible in order for us to be successful in advancing our electrification goals. And so this hub and the website that's linked here identifies many options and additional information contained within for all of the stakeholders that may be engaged in the process. Next slide, please. There was a question around the volume of residential, was what we have here on this slide, the volume of residential construction that we're seeing in the city and county of Denver. There are many, many very small dots in this slide. And what this represents is a cumulative volume of just over 7,000 residential units from starting in 2021 in terms of new single family, new two family, or townhome style. So this does not include multifamily with respect to apartments, but it does include townhomes. And this is all of the residential development or redevelopment in the city and county of Denver. There's very clearly a distribution across the city. And we would certainly expect that in the future, the continued development and redevelopment will require that electric infrastructure and upgrades as those homes move towards electrification and off of fuel gas. Next slide, please. Finally, this slide shows the growth strategy in the city and county of Denver in terms of specific areas that we believe from a planning perspective are most likely to see residential and commercial growth in the future. Denver's population within this decade by 2030 is expected to increase by just over 50,000 people, which is roughly an 8% population growth. This is not as high of a growth rate as we've seen over the past decade, but we will be close to 830,000 residents in the city and county of Denver by about 2040. So that just gives you an idea of the scope and the volume of development and redevelopment that we see within our jurisdiction. Again, this map is just a high-level overview regarding growth distribution. And there are certainly specific areas where we intend to focus with respect to that higher growth density in terms of our near and longer range plans. Next slide, please. I'm going to spend just a moment talking about existing buildings in Denver and some of the existing electrification provisions that exist in our codes today and which we are planning on implementing in the future. So as you can see, the chart shows the phasing in 25 and 27, acknowledging that currently we're in 2024. So that 2023 requirement for unitary AC condensing units serving a heated space, gas furnaces, and gas hot water heaters need to be electric upon system replacement. There is cost feasibility associated with the analysis and replacement of these, but currently as we speak, for system replacement, that is a requirement. As we look into 2025, we move to heat pump requirements upon replacement of the same unitary AC condensing units, also serving heated spaces what were gas furnaces or gas hot water heaters. Also, again, I'll mention when cost effective. So there is a financial component associated with the requirements for electrification. And then finally, in 2027, we bring in what are arguably the most complicated and theoretically some of the more complex or challenging systems to convert over to electricity. And so in 2027, we have planned goals for heat pump requirements for those PTACs and VTACs, boilers, and then of course, central hot water systems. There will also be cost components and cost feasibility associated with these replacement requirements in 2025 and 2027 as well. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Katrina.
You, Eric. Okay, now I'll go through the electrification incentive programs that we run to directly support our community in meeting the codes and standards that Eric described. So here are our existing building electrification programs for commercial and multifamily buildings. We have a pilot program which covers 100% of the cost for the electrification feasibility report and up to 100% of the cost to put in heat pump equipment. We have incentives for those electrification feasibility reports up to $2,500. And then we also have the incentives that cover part of the cost of heat pump equipment. So we start with pilots and then we roll out those heat pump rebates that are ongoing. Here you can see the pilots and prescriptive rebates that we have for commercial and multifamily buildings. We also have incentives for residential equipment. We partner closely with Excel Energy on education and to align with their incentives. We have rebated over 1,200 heat pump systems in 2023 and the first half of 2024, and over 70% of the participants in our programs are using cold climate heat pumps. We're really seeing this increased awareness and acceptance of heat pumps through these incentive programs. We have pilot projects and incentives for new construction electrification pilots. We offer both design support, which is partial funding for drawings that can inform how they would do electrification work on their new construction project. And then we have funding for pilot projects, which provides partial funding for building an all-electric new building. And we have 17 pilot projects approved. You can see the different building types that we've got in our pilot project program so far on the right-hand side. Here you can see some of the permit data from commercial buildings that have permitted HVAC equipment between July 2023 and June of 2024. And you can see the heat pumps with a little bit over 600 total HVAC permits. You can see the heat pumps are 57 of those permits. So we are seeing uptick in the market, but we're still, of course, seeing a lot more gas systems getting permitted than heat pumps today. But we're working towards that through this combination of incentives and code to increase the adoption of heat pumps.
Just real quick, is that
Yeah.
permits all for new construction, new and existing construction combined?
Great question. Jeff Terrell from my team put this chart together, and I will toss that to him.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it's a combination of
Okay.
all permit data that's coming through for commercial and multifamily.
Yep.
Okay, all permit data. So we could be seeing like partial in some buildings if it's a retrofit, or entire if it's new construction maybe.
Yes, it's a mixture of everything from a lot of it's replacements. That's our bulk of permitting, but it is just specifically the HVAC components of those that were pulled out. And there is, a chance for it to be up to 10 rooftop units for a larger building, all the way down to one single hot water heater at a commercial site.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you all keep the information granular enough? Are you able to kind of disaggregate that and say, okay, of new construction, heat pumps are this percent, in the retrofits, they're this percent, and kind of break this down more? I'm not saying on the spot, but just like, do you have the data to do that?
I think we could pull that data. I would want to take our time to make sure we get it pretty accurate.
Sure. I just want to know the universe of who has what data and how can we get smarter with all the things you all have.
Thank you. Great questions. And next, I will briefly cover our Energize Denver building performance policy. And so here we go. Some of this is similar, but a little bit different from what you heard from Crystal. So for buildings 25,000, because we have our own policy here in Denver. Buildings 25,000 square foot and larger are required to benchmark and measure their energy performance and to reach energy performance targets. We set targets for all buildings so that on average across our entire building stock, we will see a 30% overall reduction in energy usage for the covered buildings. We set energy use intensity targets for 70 building types for 2030. And so there are 70 different targets for the 70 plus building types. Every building has a 2019 baseline. And so what every building has to do is get from their own 2019 baseline to the 2030 target for that building type. We have binding interim targets for every individual building that are based off of a straight line from their own baseline to the target for that building type. And we have a lot of flexibility built into our performance policy. They can adjust that target for certain valid reasons. They can get credit and have a slightly easier target to reach if they do electrify partially or in a significant way. If they have renewable credits that they can get towards compliance, they can get a timeline adjustment. They can there's other alternate compliance options available. There's a penalty that for non-compliance that is higher than the cost of making these improvements. And we really hope these improvements also then will save energy, right? Be really good for Denver, for the building owners, bottom line in terms of energy savings long term. We have a set of requirements for buildings then 5,000 to 25,000 or 24,999 square feet. This is 8,000 buildings. So those large buildings where there were 3,000 buildings covered by the performance requirements. For these smaller buildings, there are 8,000 of them. They must either certify that 90% of the building's total lighting load is provided by LED lights or utilize on or off-site renewable power. And then we've got some flexible alternate compliance options. And you can see the deadlines show how those phase in over time for these buildings. I mentioned this in particular because among the alternate compliance options, electrification is one of the things that is incentivized. What are we seeing so far? So we have had benchmarking data since 2016. Here you can see the trends that we've seen in our benchmarking data from 2019, which is the baseline for our performance policy, through 2023. And we wanted to show it in two different timeframes. You can see from 2019 to 2022, we've seen a reduction in gas usage of 6%. And then in electricity usage, 4%. And then once you include 2023, so one more year of data, we've seen overall natural gas usage reduced by 10% and electricity use reduced by 9%. Our building performance policy passed in 2021. I think this is interesting to show how we wanted to show both years, because you can see perhaps, though it's still just 1 year of data, this is starting to accelerate in terms of seeing the benefit of the ordinance. And so we have all of our benchmarking data to look at. I will also just note that we have been in parallel with this, seeing the number of buildings that have already met their 2030 target for performance. Most recently, we've seen 25.7% of all buildings have met their 2030 performance target already, and that started at 15%. So we've seen both compliance and go up, and gas and electricity use going down already due to this policy or in our data.
I have so many questions.
Yeah.
I won't hit them all because then we'll be here until like 10 o'clock tonight. This is data amongst buildings that are within your building performance standard, not all buildings.
That's right. This is for the buildings over 25,000 square feet for those 3,000 buildings.
And this includes new and existing within that time frame. Like if something's brand new on the scene, it's showing up in the latest data.
Yes, we add in buildings once they're new, once they've been fully occupied, and then they start reporting into the benchmarking program and have to meet the performance targets.
Okay, probably similar question as before. Is there any disaggregation of data to understand the particular influence of buildings of newer vintages? Like, are the newest buildings showing far different data in terms of gas reduction intensity than older buildings? Just a question about like your capabilities and what you can figure out from your data.
Great question. I will toss that one to Sharon J, who leads the implementation of this policy for our office on my team.
Yeah, for this particular data set, I really focused on the ones that I had a 2019 baseline data for. So it doesn't necessarily include the newest buildings because I didn't have a 2019 data set for them.
I
so
see.
More
so
of
this
a
whole reduction is buildings that existed in 2019.
Right, exactly, to focus on. But within the benchmarking that they send us, they can self-report their year that the building was built, like 1980, 1922, whatever. So we could, look at some of the data if they self-reported their original construction year, which not all of the buildings have. You could possibly look at different vintages and things like that. At a national level, the buildings from the 1960s and 70s struggle more with energy performance than the ones before, the decades before that, or the decades since. But we're definitely seeing a trend. We've looked at the buildings that started benchmarking in the last couple of years as a first data set, and they were built maybe with 2019 IEC and newer, and almost the majority of them are already meeting their building performance target because they're being built at a higher level of efficiency. So you won't see as much of a drop, like they're being built at the higher level of efficiency.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt again.
No, that's fine. I want to touch on how we focus on implementing our performance policy with equity at the center of our implementation. We really, so equity priority buildings are those that serve and house frontline communities with less access to resources who may face more barriers to adapting to climate change. We've identified, we think there's about 550 buildings over 25,000 square feet that would be equity priority buildings, and we are targeting them to offer additional free compliance assistance. You can see the breakdown of building types among that 550 buildings in the pie chart. You can see 2/3 of them are multifamily buildings, either affordable housing or naturally occurring affordable housing. And then there's a number of other property types that make up the other third. And we offer all of those buildings benchmarking assistance. We offer energy assessments, help with planning and financing and project execution. I want to then just touch on the estimates that we have for the impact of our existing building electrification policies and the Energize Denver performance policies on our carbon emissions. And then we pulled out of that data the estimated future cumulative gas reduction by 2040. So you can see cumulative carbon reduction from the Energize Denver performance policy would be 8.2 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. That is represented in the bar chart at the site on the right in the open bars shown in both blue and yellow, because that one affects both electricity and gas. And then you can see the electrification savings, the 3.8 million tons of CO2 saved, which is reflected in the yellow open bar where it's an outline. That's our abated emissions due to this policy, where it shows the benefit, and that is all gas reduction. from those existing building electrification policies. And here you can see the collective kind of cumulative therm reduction that we expect. Okay, and then I have one slide just summarizing, and we'll send this also as a follow-up, how all the timelines on our policies and our building code fit together. You can see our 2022 Denver Energy Code took effect on May 1st of 2023. So that's where this timeline starts. It's really forward-looking. The January 1st, 2024 is when we the to electrify space and water heat for new buildings started, as Eric mentioned. That's the first interim performance target, but most buildings have an extension to 2025 as long as they benchmarked for their first Energized Denver performance target, which is also when we start requiring heat pumps when equipment is replaced for furnaces and hot water heaters and those easier to electrify systems. We will share this as a follow-up. I won't walk through all of it again, but I hope it's just a useful reference for you. And with that, I will pass the presentation to Jonathan Rogers, our Director of Mobility and the Energy Transition. Before I do, I'll just mention both Eric Browning and myself will have to leave at 3:30, but I know Linda Morrison is here from his team and could join your discussion. And then Jeff Terrell and Sharon Jay and Courtney Anderson from my team can answer any questions or participate in the discussion after 3:30.
That's great, and I appreciate that. And I'll probably have a bunch of questions at the end, like about what data, who has, how can it be trended, how can we figure out more? So that to the extent you have folks gone who could answer that, I think a realistic way to do that could be in comments in the proceeding after, Mr. Rogers can just mark down what you all should follow up on. And that goes for anyone here. If it's not able to be followed up in here, you all can just submit something to address some of the questions after the fact, if that works.
That sounds great, but I do think that our two teams can answer all of your questions on the data that's available. So you'll be in good hands when Eric and I aren't here after 3:30.
Great. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'll walk through a few slides quickly here related to our efforts on energy infrastructure system planning. I think first, just want to note how appreciative we are of Public Service Company as our utility service provider and the nation-leading work that has been done on electricity decarbonization. And we know that there's still work to do to decarbonize all of our energy systems, and Denver's excited to be a partner and leader in the transition. Next slide, please. So addressing energy infrastructure challenges and collaborating on system planning efforts is really critical to providing affordable, reliable, and carbon-free energy options, not just Denver, but across Colorado. We anticipate that the annual electric throughput may more than double on our system, and that we'll need demand management, energy efficiency, and thermal alternatives such as district energy networks to help facilitate the transition from fossil gas and mitigate the scale of investment in distribution system assets across the city. Next slide. We've engaged a team of consultants to help us answer the question, in a fully electrified Denver, how many substations will we need and where might we put them? As we saw in proceeding 23M-0464EG, the barriers to electrification investigatory proceeding, Denver's feeders and others across the system are operating beyond their target utilization thresholds. And recently, Denver developers were repeatedly served with no capacity notices, including for traditional dual fuel buildings. We've invited the company to participate in developing the scope of work and expectations for this study, though the company has since cited staffing constraints and other resource limitations as barriers to sharing data and further participating, though we continue to encourage and welcome their involvement in this effort to ensure that we have accurate and aligned assumptions and are working collaboratively towards planning for Denver's future energy system needs. Next slide. An additional study funded by Denver is to conduct a technical feasibility study and develop the schematic design for a renewable district thermal network. We have several buildings connected to the steam and chilled water networks downtown that are emerging as strong candidates for an ambient loop type system. On this effort, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the company and other partners, and they've been closely engaged with the city and our engineering consultants. We're hopeful that this project could be included for consideration as a pilot per the House Bill 23-1252 opportunity due September 1st. We understand the company's leadership is still reviewing the list of project opportunities and has not made a final decision, though we are very encouraged by what this could mean for Denver and beyond. Next slide. Really, the scalability of this system is critical to its success. The pilot was not just an effort to show that we can decarbonize 14 buildings, but how can we bring it to over 1,400? As Katrina and Eric mentioned, there are thousands of buildings covered by Energized Denver, and particularly in dense urban areas and cold weather climates. We think that this type of approach could be a scalable model for thermal decarbonization that could be replicated and used around the country. Next slide. Looks like we may have lost the presentation, but slide 32 is where I'd like to return us.
I think we got it back up if you guys don't get it up in just a minute. There we go.
Great. One more. There we go. And it's not just the technical study, but it's also thinking about the financials and how would we regulate this and how would we make sure that we're cognizant of things such as lost gas and steam revenues, which equate to over $50 million per year, and have the foundation for a scalable, sustainable thermal energy utility service offering. Just these downtown customers in this boundary shown on the screen account for about 12% of gas consumption citywide. Don't have the exact figures for how much gas is combusted to operate the steam system, but from a revenue comparison, still a very big number compared to the downtown neighborhoods and gas usage. We would really prefer for those customers as they're looking for sustainable alternatives, the steam customers in particular, not to pursue gas. And then, of course, for the gas customers who are looking to electrify, what are the things that they can turn to that's not going to necessitate a doubling or more of Denver substations in an already constrained land area, and where we can meet the thermal energy requirements even down to a negative 30-degree cold snap, which we have experienced in recent decades. And extreme weather events may continue to occur in the future that we need to be prepared for. We're not just investing in ourselves in this study, but also have made incentive programs available to the private sector to help support them with the technical design and implementation of how they might invest in systems that could be integrated into a broader network, with a particular focus on major redevelopments that will have tens of millions of square feet of new commercial and mixed-use properties that we would want to make sure that we are planning for with an eye towards the future. Next slide. We appreciate all of the statutory and regulatory guidance encouraging collaboration between local governments and utilities, and just want to make it abundantly clear that Denver is here. We are ready with both financial and staffing resources to support increased coordination on energy infrastructure planning. Next slide. Data access has been a challenge. There have also been reports from the company regarding staffing limitations that have limited our ability to coordinate on system planning efforts so far. Data access provisions in our franchise agreement have proven insufficient to obtaining items such as maps identifying the location of company facilities, let alone the age, condition, and energy throughput of those facilities that can be used to identify cost-effective non-pipeline alternatives and support the infrastructure planning needs of the future. We're very hopeful that these constraints can be addressed as we head into future planning efforts, whether it's for the GIP, identification of HB 24-1370 gas planning priority community projects, electric distribution system planning, or other integrated system planning efforts. And that is it from us. Thank you. We look forward to any questions and group discussion and are excited to be partners in all of this work.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, to you and your team. Appreciate it. And we'll have some discussion as we move forward after we hear from our next two presenting parties. So just a heads up to our presenters, I'd like to ask if you all can upload your slides into the proceeding in e-filings. And if you're not able, can't, let us know. We can probably get them in there. It's probably cleanest if you all can do that. It doesn't have to be like today, but we'd love to get them in there, in the next few days so that we have them in the record for the proceeding. So just wanted to mention that before we go forward. Missy Lamb from the City of Boulder.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman. Just a quick check. Everybody can hear me okay? Great, thank you. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I just wanted to give you a heads up that my co-presenter, Mr. Ranglos, does have a hard stop at 3:15. But we can certainly take any questions that I'm unable to answer and refer them and file them into the record. So no concerns from us. So I'm going to get our presentation up here. Let's see. Great. Well, thank you again. This afternoon, we're going to talk about some of the strategies that the City of Boulder has. It's not going to be dissimilar from, I think, what you've heard from your team. A lot of the same issues, just at a different scale and a little bit different context within Boulder. I did throw this in based on a question you had, Commissioner Gilman, of Mr. Berry. We do have some information around how vintage of construction is showing up in terms of actual energy use. We'll dig up some more information, but I wanted to throw this on here just so you can see some of the trending that we're seeing. It's consistent with the modeled results that PNNL had indicated, and also tightening up as we get into newer vintage in terms of performance. So we are using some of Boulder's historical benchmarking data that we have back to the 2015 performance year, and doing this type of trending analysis as part of informing our building code development as well as our performance standards. So just wanted to let you know that we have some information along those lines. So today we're going to talk a little bit about our Boulder context, our codes, regulatory considerations, what we're doing programming wise, and but I'm going to start us out actually with our approach to comprehensive planning and future casting, and how we as a municipal government use that information to really inform how we make capital decision making and investment in infrastructure, municipal infrastructure. And how that can be useful, and how we believe that can be useful in terms of utility planning as well. So I'm going to start by turning it over to Mr. Ranglos, and realizing he can introduce himself and his role in the city, and then I'll come back and introduce my role in the city when I take back over. So Chris, do you want to start and just let me know when you want me to change the slides?
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay? Sound check. Thanks, Caroline. My name is Chris Ranglos. I'm a senior planner in comprehensive planning here in the City of Boulder within the Planning and Development Services Department. And Caroline asked me to come this afternoon to provide just a little bit of an overview on comprehensive planning, what it is, what we do in comprehensive planning, and what our Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan is, some of the components, and wrap up with a little bit of a preview of a major update to the 2025 Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan that we have going on. So I'll start with here on this slide and just provide a pretty high level overview and really ask the question, what is a comprehensive plan? They're required by state regulations. You may also hear them kind of depending on the city or the municipality referred to as a master plan. But really what it is, it's a detailed high level visionary plan to help guide a city's future. The plan is going to be based on long-standing community values in addition to new community engagement, data analysis, emerging trends, and emerging needs across the city. These plans help to guide essentially how the city is going to grow into the future, including topics such as land use, transportation, and parks and open space, though this is certainly not an exhaustive list. Next slide. And for Boulder Valley's comprehensive plan, or BVCP, as it is often referred to, it is the jointly adopted and governing long-range planning document for the Boulder Valley, which includes both the city of Boulder as well as land in unincorporated Boulder County. And it guides long-range planning decisions on growth, the built and natural environment, transportation and climate, economy, housing, community well-being, and safety. It also guides decisions on other types of items such as annexations, code and zoning updates, development proposals, and other activities that ultimately shape the built and natural environments in the Boulder Valley. Next slide. And again, I want to reiterate that the BVCP is meant to be a visionary document. It's a reflection of our community and who we want to be in the future, essentially. And in terms of the planning framework or the overall structure, it is very well aligned with the city's SARE framework, or the Sustainability, Equity, and Resilience framework, including the goals of that framework. And it sets the broader policy goals that are then distilled into action-based regulatory documents like our sub-community and area plans, department plans, and citywide strategies, as well as development standards and zoning. And it also influences budgeting and resourcing across the organization, including within the city's annual capital improvement program, as well as the operating budget. Next slide. Some of our users, really it's everybody within the organization who ultimately touches on the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, including our city council, all of our department advisory boards, all of our city departments, Boulder County, as well as many members and organizations throughout our community. Next slide. And again, kind of reiterating on really what it's used for. So it's used for guiding the visioning and implementation of our subcommunity and area plans, as well as our department plans, several code and regulation updates, the review of development applications that we receive, CIP and budgeting, as I had mentioned, as well as annexation, land use, and zoning changes. Next slide. So I'll spend a bit of time on this one to walk through some of the components, though first we'll start with the service area framework, which is a bit unique to Boulder, though you do see it more commonly throughout the area now, or area 1, 2, and 3, as it is often referred to. So our first Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan in 1977 established this service area framework, which really sets the standards and expectations in the Boulder Valley of forcing urban development to areas that are already served by urban services. It was essentially established to limit sprawl and preserve the rural buffer between the city and adjacent communities, and to maintain a well-defined city edge, as well to prevent any kind of leapfrog development. And I'll spend a little bit of time here just walking through the colors on the map. Our area 1, the yellow, is our city limits proper, and where urban facilities and services are provided to accommodate urban development. Area 2, kind of the gray around the fringes of the city limits, is areas that are now under county jurisdiction, where annexation to the city can be considered consistent with the policies of the BVCP. And then the large swath of green that's surrounding the city here is what we call Area 3. And this is the remaining area in the Boulder Valley, generally under county jurisdiction. And I'll point out here that Area 3 is divided into 2 separate areas. The first is the Area 3 Rural Preservation Area, and that's most of the green that you see on the map. And this is where the city and county intend to preserve the existing rural land uses and character. And then the Area 3 Planning Reserve Area, just north of town, it's a little bit smaller, just a little bit lighter of a green. And this is where the city and county intend to maintain the option of future service area expansion based on community need. Next slide. And talking about urban services, these are the full range of urban services to serve development and is defined in the BVCP. The city is the preferred provider of these urban services, and these standards are intended to be minimum requirements or thresholds for facilities and services that must be delivered to existing urban development, any kind of new development, and redevelopment to be considered adequate. And for all development, these services include those that you see on the slide, as well as schools and developed urban parks for new residential development. Next slide. I couldn't talk about the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan without talking about our land use map. The land use map prescribes future land uses that help to shape the development and redevelopment by establishing really essentially a broad future use pattern for the Boulder Valley. And land use designations describe things such as the characteristics, the location, and the uses for each category in the BVCP. We currently utilize different land use designations under the 5 categories that you see on the slide here. And within those categories, we have over 25 different land use designations. Next slide. The BVCP also establishes guidance and selection criteria for sub-community and area plans. We have 10 sub-communities and 7 area plans, and these are essentially the areas in town where change is anticipated to occur. That requires a bit more detailed level of planning and community conversation than what we see with the wider citywide conversation and visioning that is the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. So all of our subcommunity and area plans are influenced, though, by the policies and the vision that's established within the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and are both key implementation tools in realizing that vision. And I have the East Boulder subcommunity plan highlighted here in the red circle. On to the next slide. That's really just the example of our most recent subcommunity planning effort. So to provide a little bit of context on what this ultimately looks like, this plan was adopted in 2022, and the map's a little tough to read, but what you can see on it, what I want to point out are these areas of change. So the gray sort of swatched areas that you see are through community conversation, technical expertise, the areas that we anticipated within this subcommunity to change. And as a result of that, the associated BVCP land uses have also been changed. So if I can draw your attention to the bottom right graph here at the bottom, you can see that just as a result of this subcommunity plan, just under 300 acres of land that was currently used for industrial uses will be shifting over the next 20 to 30 years to both residential and mixed use. And this shift will result in nearly 5,000 new housing units and roughly 3,000 new jobs in just this subcommunity, with an increase in population somewhere in the realm of nearly 11,000 people. And again, just want to point out that's over a 20 to 30 year time horizon. So hopefully that helps to kind of provide some context of how we've visioned the entire city and what we want to grow up to be. And then we identify areas within the city where we do a little bit more fine-grained level of planning, start to identify within those areas what we anticipate to change, make the associated land use changes, and then we can start to develop some of those projections around population increases, new housing units, different types of buildings that we would expect to ultimately come to fruition over a 20 to 30 year time frame. Next slide. And I'll sort of just recap here. So zooming back out again to the BVCP citywide scale, the 1977 BVCP was really the first to establish this service area concept and one of the first in the nation. And it still continues to guide growth in our future city today. And since 1977, our comprehensive plan has gone through 7 major updates on an established regular schedule. It's reviewed every 5 years for minor possible amendments to reflect changes in circumstances, community desires, with major updates happening every 10 years. It's almost 2025, so the last update being 2015, we are entering a major update to our comprehensive plan. We'll be kicking that off just a little bit later this fall, sometime in the middle of October. And one thing I want to reiterate and really drive home is that our Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan is really a reflection of our community, who we are, who we want to be in the future. And a plan of this magnitude and importance to our community requires a lot of time with our community. So we anticipate spending nearly all of 2025 doing just that. We'll be engaged in a lot of community conversation to answer many of the key questions and decide together what our next vision is going to be for the next 15 years. And I'll point out that we also hope to proceed with a draft plan and hold public hearings for adoption in mid to late 2026.
Chris, I have a quick question on that process. And kind of the extent to which the adequacy of utility infrastructure influences or does not the zoning or growth patterns that you project, like which influences the other, I guess is the question. And is there any iteration, is there any involvement from utility providers, as you're kind of crafting this vision?
Yeah, I mean, the adequacy is really a prerequisite for any kind of new urban development or redevelopment within the city. And so a lot of times what we'll do, whether it be for the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, for a subcommunity or an area plan, or even a rezoning, a land use change, is to do an urban services analysis. And so that really is taking a look at the urban services that are defined within our comprehensive plan and doing an assessment to understand if there is any increase in services that we would ultimately need to provide to make that development adequate. I don't know how much involvement we've had with Excel or other public utility providers, but I do know that as we get a little bit further on into the comprehensive plan update and start providing some different scenarios where trade-offs will ultimately be asked and considered with our city council, as well as with the planning board, board of county commissioners, and the planning commission, that those will certainly be conversations that we'll want to have and be open to having.
And I anticipate kind of one hand's talking to the other at the city in terms of if the building code has certain efficiency and or fuel type influences, that would be considered when you're doing this kind of adequacy analysis, so that you're not thinking about buildings from 20 years ago, you're thinking about buildings for the next 20 years.
It's not defined as part of our urban services in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, but again, as we develop these different scenarios with different land use options, we engage with Carolyn and her team and our building team to understand what some of those impacts could be, what the GHG emissions would be of those different types of land uses. And we will be utilizing a couple of different software options, including Arc Urban. We're getting pretty detailed in understanding the impacts of different types of development and the associated land uses. So it's more of a coordination strategy level using scenario planning, but as far as defining what the adequate level of services are, it's not defined within our comprehensive plan as to that level of detail, I should say.
Okay. And is there any kind of part of that process, or, you know, as you envision that process kind of moving forward, any planned interaction with the utility for those sorts of discussions on, you know, what does that adequacy look like? Does that look different than in the past? Do you consider the, you know, cost of upgrades or anything like that, or the timeline for upgrades, you know, to kind of integrate with your vision to make sure it's feasible with,
I think that's really good
the
feedback.
utility situation?
That's really good feedback, and something that I think we'll consider as a project team moving forward. We are still in the process of developing the scope for what this comprehensive plan update is going to look like. And it hasn't been done, to my knowledge, at least in the 2015 update to our comprehensive plan. But I think that is something that we can take in and hopefully have some conversations around as part of this update.
Okay. Sorry to keep peppering you, but I know you're leaving in 20 minutes. So I want to make sure I got it in.
Well, I appreciate you having me.
Thank you.
Yeah, pepper him away. Great. Well, I'll take it back over from here and really talk about how some of our goals really guide some of the decision making around our programming and strategies. And so just for Boulder context, our current adopted targets are to be a carbon neutral city by 2035. To get along that pathway, we need to be at roughly 70% emissions reduction by 2030. So that's an adopted goal. We've been adopting climate targets back to 2002. Tied to what the science is telling us. This is what the science tells us we need to do as a community. I've included some benchmarks of where we're at. We use a 2018 baseline for our current goals in our 2030. We've seen a roughly 18% reduction, and that's as of the 22 year, which is the last inventory we completed. Certainly seen steady progress, 37% since our original baseline. But this guides a lot of, you know, when, much like you saw from the Denver presentation, you know, how we set our interim strategies and targets and where we lay out our roadmaps for things like our building codes. We're a population of 110,000 roughly, but we do have a 60,000 person in commuter on average. So this is really illustrative of, you heard Chris talk about our comprehensive planning and conversion of, historical, like industrial commercial uses towards housing. This is really reflective of our own housing crisis, affordability challenges, and a move towards greater density to, mitigate some of what we're seeing in terms of in-commuting and obviously transportation related concerns such as emissions and safety. We have roughly 44,000 housing units. About 23,000 of those are going to be your low density single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, row homes. The balance will be multifamily. We have about 3,700 non-residential commercial buildings, some large campuses that are a consideration when we think about our energy planning, such as the University of Colorado, Kyndryl, which is formerly known as IBM, the large data center, BAE Systems, which is formerly Ball Corporation, so aerospace engineering. We're of course home to Google, and we have a large tech biotech industry that we think about. Similar to what you heard from Denver, buildings account for 2/3 of our community's emissions. We're also very cognizant of their contribution to front range ozone and some of the effects we have, due to non-attainment in our area. Our goal is to ensure our buildings are healthy, fossil-free, and resilient to the effects of our changing climate. And so we tackle this through really our comprehensive planning, as you heard about, how we continue to evolve our building stock and our land uses to best position our community towards a resilient future through regulation, including our building codes, making sure we're building new better, improving our existing over time. Other regulatory strategies, such as building performance requirements. About 50% of our residential housing in Boulder is actually rental properties. These are all licensed. We were one of the first communities to adopt rental licensing requirements and then impose energy requirements to go with those rental licenses. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then whatever's on the horizon, we're continuously trying to evolve our strategies, and there will be things to come that continue to move us on our trajectory. We've had voluntary programs that I'll talk about to educate, support our community in their efforts to move off of the gas system, to move towards higher efficiency. We offer incentives, and then I'll talk about these individually. So our building codes, historically, Boulder's adopted, as you heard from Katrina, we start with the International Energy Conservation Code. We then issue local amendments to be more stringent. We've tracked roughly 15 to 25% more stringent for the last couple of decades. In 2017, we moved to a standalone code. It's still built off of the IECC, but it's instead of doing thousands of local amendments, we just consolidated. This is where we introduced net zero operational energy requirements within our residential housing. It was imposed on buildings that are 5,000 square feet and larger. At that time, and in the years this code was active, that represented about half of all new low-density single-family construction in Boulder. So you're seeing very large homes going in our community. So they had to be net zero, meet the operational requirements. Most of these are scrapes and rebuilds within existing communities. There's not a real geographic trend specific to. There's areas where you're seeing more of this showing up. About half of the homes that had to be net zero chose to construct as all electric. The other balance still had electric as the primary source of space and water heating. And this is really due to not so much the imposition of electric requirements, but rather to meet the net zero requirement, there's only so much solar you could put on the roof. And the net metering rules certainly constrained how much you could add to cover any gas use. And so we naturally drove towards heat pump adoption for space and water heating, and that trend has continued. In 2020, we ratcheted it down to 3,000 square foot and larger homes. And so this is really going to cover roughly 100% of single family detached duplexes, and all but our affordable housing row homes would fit into this category. And within this code, again, all of these homes, roughly are we're seeing a larger trend within that group towards choosing all electric. We're still seeing some folks elect to put some gas in for cooking and ancillary loads like decorative fireplaces, but certainly seeing the trend move towards all electric, but certainly the energy consumption is largely electric because the primary energy uses are driven by heat pumps. Also in 2020, we moved our commercial code to a performance-based target or energy use index target, which is energy use per square foot. This tends to make it easier to move towards all electric designs. We also added electric preferred provisions, so making it harder, more stringent to construct a mixed fuel building as opposed to an all electric. With that code update, and even prior to that, the trend we've been seeing is that certainly all of our affordable multifamily is being built all electric, such as the photo at the upper right. This is the 30 Pearl facility. This is a redevelopment site that's been completed now. These are all electric residential units or largely electric. So we may have some of these multifamily buildings with first floor retail. There may be it's mixed as to when we have gas use, particularly the ones that are anticipating restaurants are still able to put gas in. Earlier this summer, our council adopted the 2024 code. This is going to impose all electric appliance requirements for both residential and commercial, so it will no longer allow gas combustion appliances except in a limited set of applications, and that would be commercial kitchens, laboratories, hospitals, and certain industrial. We do have electric preferred incentives built within that. For example, we offer points if you choose to do an all-electric commercial kitchen over gas. It's easier to comply with code. And do space and water heating within the exempt structures, you have to offset it. So definitely trending. We anticipate ratcheting that down further when we do our next update, targeted at 2027. And then by 2030, we would be on an all-electric code. Also now, certainly most of our large commercial office construction that we've seen, so these would be the large, really commercial spaces, so not biotech or mixed use buildings, but like the photo you see there, we're seeing very efficient all electric buildings. This is taken from Boulder Junction, which is part of the one of the sub-community plans that Chris referenced, where we're seeing a lot of growth and redevelopment of sites. So we've definitely trended away from gas. And I have an example of what some of this looks like in practicality. Construction in Boulder, as Chris alluded to, we have limited growth outside the current municipal boundary. So what you're largely seeing is redevelopment of pre-existing sites. You know, the image here, this is Diagonal Plaza. The site in the red dotted line was where the ill-fated Walmart once sat. It was largely unoccupied. If you drive there today, you're going to see the structures on the right under construction. So this is going to be converted to high-density multifamily, largely with some ground floor mixed use. So case study, one of the sites that's under redevelopment now is the former Boulder Community Health Hospital site. You can see from the image here in the yellow I've highlighted is the area that housed the facilities that have since moved over to the new Foothills site. It's roughly a little over 3 city blocks worth of land area. The city purchased this site in 2015 from Boulder Community Health for the purposes of redevelopment. You can see the upper area is the original hospital building. Kind of in the corner of that structure is the old medical pavilion. And then we acquired a parking garage on the lower right-hand corner, as well as the old medical office building next to it. Over the last several years, we deconstructed the hospital. You can see in the image in the upper right, we did retain the medical pavilion, and we're going to do a deep renovation on that and preserve it for city office space. The balance of the site is going to be redeveloped primarily for high-density residential housing. So the city has retained 3 of the structures at the site. So I mentioned the medical pavilion building, which will be going to starting the retrofit on in the next year. The original medical office building, which is the image shown in the upper right-hand side, and then the parking garage. We're retaining these. They are going to or have already been retrofitted to be all electric. So once that's done, and noting that the balance of the site will be used for new housing, there is not going to be any replacement gas infrastructure put onto this site, whereas we had that gas infrastructure before for the hospital. I don't have the original hospital use that was prior to our benchmarking information, but if I use their current consumption as a rough benchmark and model it, we could see they were well over 80,000 decatherms per year of annual consumption. The medical pavilion was still occupied under a lease in 2015 when we acquired it. So you can see it dropped down to roughly 50,000. Once that occupancy was done and we began deconstructing the facilities, today we simply have the retail wrap, which is on the garage area. That will be going away with the retrofit of that garage. And so within the next 2 to 3 years, the site will have gone from a fairly large consumer to a non-gas consumer. Similar to Denver, we're looking at building performance requirements. We've had building performance requirements in place, but they aren't a building performance standard. We do have over 50,000 square foot buildings, though, that are subject to the state's requirements. And then we anticipate adopting our own standards. We're in the process of evaluating that right now, and we'll be taking a plan to our city council next year. I show this geographic information system map on the right-hand side to show the buildings that are covered under our current benchmarking requirements and would ultimately be covered under a building performance standard. So you can see that there is a lot of geographic density. And so certainly as we transition these buildings continuously towards improved efficiency, we're going to see some opportunities and benefits on both electric and gas use, just given the proximity and where the density of these types of structures occurs. I mentioned we have 50% of our housing is rental units. We are certainly anticipating imposing additional requirements into our housing side, as well as end-of-life replacement requirements similar to what you heard from Denver. We've been offering community programs, so navigational and services, as well as incentives since 2011 for both residents and commercial businesses. We do this in partnership with Boulder County. So the residential program is Energy Smart. It's administered by Boulder County, but the city provides funding to that team and staffing resources to them as well. This is our current list of rebates that are available specific to electrification. There's also rebates for efficiency, insulation, air sealing, et cetera. We started offering heat pump specific rebates and retiring all gas and air conditioning rebates back in 2018 when we really started pushing electrification at that time. So if you're in Boulder, you can get both the city and the county rebate, as well as in most cases, the Excel rebate to really drive down the cost. We just launched a low to middle income program where we will offer rebates to cover 60% of the project costs up to $4,000. And then through partnership with Energy Outreach Colorado, we co-fund the CARE program, which will cover 100% of the project costs for efficiency and electrification. On the commercial side, we are now offering both standard rebates. This would be available to any business that wants to participate, and then equity priority. So these would be our nonprofits. Buildings based on tonnage for cold climate, ground source, VRF, rooftop units. We do have a dual fuel rooftop unit as well. We have rebates available for electrical upgrades, heat pump water heaters. And then in both residential and commercial, we offer basically what is a bonus fuel switching. So if they're retiring a gas appliance, they can get additional funding. This is intended to support some of the additional work associated with adding additional circuit breaker into the panel or any electrical upgrades. We also have an electrical upgrade if you have to do like a full panel upgrade. Yeah, so what we've seen is since we launched our programs back in 2011, we've worked with, this is not all electrification, just to be clear, but we've certainly been successful in reaching over 5,000 homes, 1,200 businesses. We've issued about $8 million in rebates to date. That's leveraged about $28,000 in project investment from the private sector. We've had specific to electrification. We launched our Comfort 365 campaign in 2018. Our permit data was easier to mine. So when we get to discussions around what data is available, our permit data is a little bit challenging on my wish list to improve, but we saw over 200% increase in permit applications specific to heat pumps. This was a campaign in partnership with Mitsubishi Electric. They did radio and TV ads combined with our rebates. And so we were able to really drive some adoption there. We've issued about 200 rebates through our Energy Smart program. We know that about 1,000 rebates have been issued by Excel to Boulder residents for adoption. We've certainly seen non-rebated spillover, meaning people who still moved to heat pump adoption, but either didn't want to work with one of the Energy Smart approved contractors or go through the rebate process, but they still adopted a heat pump. Those are harder for us to track, but we know that there's quite a bit out there. We've seen over 80 fuel switch projects since we started offering the fuel switch rebates. And we've started to see growing interest in our commercial side. Like Denver, we offer electrification study, 100% cost for equity priority buildings to drive more planning for our buildings towards how they would electrify, also in anticipation of moving to a more regulatory requirement. We're looking at different delivery strategies to really accelerate our work. We'll obviously continue our historical navigational programs and incentives, but we are looking to move towards bulk purchases to drive higher adoption. We've been in discussions with energy as a service providers to do some of the targeted outreach. So for example, for the Pearl Street non-pipeline alternative project, we anticipate things like energy as a service can be a model where we can bring in implementers to actually implement the retrofits and de-risk some of the projects for our business owners. I think many have heard of Block Power as an example. They work primarily in the multifamily space, but there's a whole suite of providers out there that also work in the more traditional commercial space that we're in discussions with. We are doing some neighborhood sweeps really right now targeted at our manufactured housing communities, meaning we're out in those communities working home by home to do deeper retrofits and electrification. We have a heat pump accelerator pilot in development in partnership with Excel. Right now, this is actually going to be targeted at our all-electric neighborhoods, but it's a model we would look to replicate more broadly across our community. So this is really leveraging local partners, trusted community members and others to really drive adoption, reduce cost, coupled with bulk purchases to try and get deeper retrofits in a more geographically oriented scenario. Right, this is really getting at our goals of trying to start to prune off the gas system, trying to mitigate some of the future investment that has to be made. We're certainly aware in Boulder that a lot of our gas infrastructure went in place 50 to 70 years ago and is coming up for replacement in the coming years. We're very cognizant of the impact that will have on the community, not just in terms of our emissions goals, but just disruption as well. So really trying to be thoughtful about how some of these models might help us really think more strategically around how we do these retrofits to achieve the maximum benefits. We are about to start producing new modular zero energy ready homes out of our new modular construction factory. This is going to start to replace some of our older mobile homes. So that's another tactic we have to get higher efficiency all electric homes into our community. We have about 1,300 mobile homes in our community. So putting it all together, as I mentioned, we're really thinking about our comprehensive planning, as Chris spoke to, some of our target areas, such as he highlighted in the East Boulder community sub-community plan, as where we really wanted to deploy and target some of our outreach, think about how we can incentivize strategic redevelopment in those areas to advance some of our goals. Future growth and diversity will be largely governed by our all electric and largely electric requirements, and definitely thinking about how we can shift some of our voluntary programs to also be more geographically targeted to support some of our regulatory strategies. So with that, I think I'll just say thank you, and then I'm around for the balance of the workshop and can answer any questions.
Excellent. Celia, thank you for that. Mr. Martz, if it's okay with you and your team, I was thinking now might be a good time for a break. We gotta be just past halfway. So does that work for you all? Maybe we'll come back at 3:25.
That sounds good to us. Thanks, Commissioner Gilman.
Okay. All right, great. We'll come back at 3:25 and go to Public Service Company. Thanks. It is my duty to remind you, the Zoom will stay live, so please ensure you stay muted, keep your cams off during the break. Thanks.
All right, welcome back. Hope everyone had a quick break there. And we will go to you, Mr. Martz, for some words from the company on your view on the load forecasting, any changes or thoughts you have on the considerations from the rule language.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you very much, Commissioner Gilman. Steve Martz, Vice President of Integrated Planning. I think you all are very aware of my team. We work on a variety of things from our resource plans to our distribution system plans and of course gas planning. We're actually sharing a slide presentation here today, which we sent over earlier. And we'll walk through that. We've got about 12, 13 slides, which address a number of items which you'd sent over to us inquiring about. So we'll kind of walk through three different areas. Joining me today is John Goodenough, who's our Director of Energy and Demand Forecasting. He's here to help answer some more questions on like our historical practices around forecasting, as well as what we're currently working on to update our forecasts and can opine on where we're going in the future. Also joined by Grace Jones, who's our Manager of Gas Strategic Planning. She'll talk about how our forecasts are actually used by our planning organization to evaluate our system and needs on our system. And then Mark Schoenheider, who is our Manager of Integrated System Planning, is joining us here. He'll provide some more detailed information on actual customer adoption rates and how this works from a customer perspective. So let's go to the next slide, please. I'll offer a little bit of an introduction here. I think this kind of fits with some of the early questioning. I think it also complements what we've heard from a number of our stakeholders throughout this process, right, in terms of the different types of forecasts and how we look at the system. I think we heard a lot from folks today around throughput evaluation, and we similarly perform throughput analysis and forecasting for our system. However, we also plan our system on a design day peak hour basis. I think we've talked with this commission several times in the past and different proceedings around what that process looks like and how it works, and we're here to talk a little bit more about that today. So we kind of broke out like the differences, if you will, between the two forecasts, because there are some fundamental differences in terms of the basis behind them, the technical attributes of them, and then how they're used by the company. So kind of working from left to right, I think the table is relatively self-explanatory, but the design day peak hour demand forecast is basically the maximum amount of use that we anticipate on a peak hour basis on a design day for our gas system. The reason that we look at it from that lens is because capacity availability is based on fixed infrastructure, right? Basically on the pipelines that we have to service our customers and their demands. And so it's illiquid for lack of better terms. So that's why we have that look at peak hour based on that design day. And as you know, we base that on industry best practices, which the gas industry has developed to conservatively and safely look at demand versus flow through a pipeline. The measurement of that is the end use of our customers, right? So that's backed up very much by empirical data, which we harvest from our system to look at what our customers actually demanded on a peak winter day, and then what we expect that they will use in the future, determine what infrastructure needs to service them. The way that we use that, and Grace Jones will walk through this more in depth, but we use this for our annual capacity planning process to forecast capacity constraints on our system, as well as identify existing capacity constraints. We've certainly seen that as well in the past. And then, as I believe the commission knows, we feed this into our overall process for evaluating non-pipeline alternatives. And then we're starting to develop our targeted demand area identification and process around that. So that's the design day peak hour demand forecast. We'll also have John Goodenough talk through the throughput forecast more in depth, but at a high level, what those are is that's looking at annual customer counts, annual usage, and monthly usage across our customer classes to really understand, what we use it for is for revenue forecasting, supply procurement, and it's the basis for which we evaluate emissions projections. And that was, how we discussed that in like our clean heat plan as an example. So the measurement of this, of what this is the total volume of gas being used across all these classes. So that's just kind of the delineation as we see them. A lot of what we heard today was really focused on the right-hand column, which is throughput modeling. And on a system basis, we look at peak demand modeling and forecasting. So we'll go to the next slide. And we prepared a visual, which we think, helps illuminate this, this concept here. And what you're looking at is basically what we call like an 8760, meaning 8,760 hours in a year. So this is basically like an hourly forecast comparing as a baseline just a normal, gas furnace, customer, right? So just normal gas heating for a customer. And the blue is a heat pump with gas backup. And then what the call it like the spiky lines show on the graph are the terms of usage as a function of each hour. So the x-axis is hours and time as it goes throughout a year, and then the y-axis is the usage. So more or less what you see, and I think this is a focus of the commission, is how do we contemplate reducing emissions from our gas LDC? The red would show the amount of gas consumed and thus emissions for a normal gas furnace. The reason that we bifurcate capacity and throughput is because you can see, as we kind of look forward in the future and we contemplate customers adopting heat pumps en masse with gas backup, you can kind of see the breakout of like the amount of hours that they'd actually be using peak capacity versus just the normal electric operation of the heat pump. And so the delta between the red and the blue really shows you that difference. And so like by the numbers, and this is very much an average. I wouldn't say this is a representative example of all heat pump customers on our system, but we've just prepared this as an illustrative. This is based on an average set of weather years, average heat pump performance, et cetera. You can see, the breakout of the number of hours that a gas furnace would operate, and then the number of hours that the gas backup of a heat pump would operate. So you can see that stark difference of 5,500 hours versus 800 hours throughout a year. So, about 10% of a year that the gas would actually operate. And then you can see the resulting, throughput in terms of therms, and then throughput in terms of peak demand and what the basis of that is. So, our view here is that throughput versus capacity is very much driven by the actual appliances that our customers put in. And you'll hear from Mark Schoenheider later on, what we have actually seen for empirical data and actual customer adoption. And that's very much going to curry, how we think about capacity and throughput. So I hope that's helpful to the conversation as we contemplate the two forecasting methodologies.
Yeah, I have to reliably interrupt whenever there's a graph.
Of course.
Is this presuming cold climate heat pump? I presume an air source heat pump, but is this a cold climate heat pump? I'm kind of struck by number of hours.
Yep, cold climate air source heat pump.
Okay, and then where did you get this data, and is the data available?
Sure. So I'll actually ask Mark Schoenheider to chime in if he's available, and he could provide some more detail. Mark's just coming off the camera.
Good afternoon. So this is an illustrative example. We looked at sort of our average single family residential customer and ran an 8760 model simulating the load on the building, so the heating and cooling load. And we did that both with an existing gas furnace, and then we did an air conditioner combo, and then we ran the same exact model, plugging in basically an average of what we've seen for participation of our cold climate heat pumps from the customers that have adopted them, right? So this is not a real house with a specific real heat pump. It's really an aggregate there. The data behind this is absolutely available, but keep in mind, this is what I would consider an academic example, right? Where we created a fictitious average home, and we created a fictitious average furnace and a fictitious average heat pump.
Okay, so in determining like the number of hours the backup is running, you use some compilation of data from cold climate air source heat pumps that you already have installed and have rebated, or you're just trying to figure out how you determined the number of hours, or is the model
so
based
at a very high level, for every given hour, the model uses the TMY3 typical meteorological year weather data to calculate the load, the heating or cooling load on the building based on effectively the UA delta T, right? So the heat loss through the building. And then the model also, we input to the model characteristics for a typical gas furnace, so efficiency, capacity output, And then same thing for a heat pump. And the characteristics for that heat pump are more sophisticated than they are for a furnace because they not only incorporate the capacity, but they do that at multiple temperatures. So there's a 47 degree capacity. There's generally a 19 degree Fahrenheit capacity, a 5 degree capacity, and interpolations of the efficiency and the heating capacity between those. And so for every hour, the model calculates what's the heating load on the home, and it looks and it says, can the heat pump meet that heating load? And if so, how much energy does it take to do that? How much electricity? If the heat pump cannot meet that heating load, it switches over to the gas backup, which in this case is a furnace. And this, as an illustrative example, the heat pump that we chose was effectively an average of all of the ducted, so one central unit, cold climate heat pumps that we've seen participating in our program since we started rebating them in April of 2021. And so there's, ballpark 6,000 total of those, maybe 2,000 to 2,500 are centrally ducted cold climate heat pumps.
Okay. And then just one more question. What kind of modeling software do you all use for it?
So for our 8760 models, when we're looking at a building load simulation, it's a very easy Microsoft Excel model.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions on this slide, Commissioner Gilman? If not, we can move on.
I think I'm good for now. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide. So we'll shift gears just slightly because I think this provides a little bit of contextual relevancy to how the company thinks about maturing and continuing to evolve our forecasting process. And so this is an illustrative timeline of how our capacity planning processes work within the company. And so, I won't spend too much time here, but wanted to give this team a sense of what the process looks like from start to finish. So, and this says 23 to essentially 2024 is the scale on the y-axis. This could be picked up and shifted to any other year though. So I think what's important here is to kind of understand like the length of time and duration for each of these areas, because the gas business is very much driven by winter usage. That's its primary function. It's predominantly a heating system. And so, being able to harvest winter data is extremely important to our planning process. That's our ability to kind of pick up what we've seen for either new customer load or changes in customer load and load profiles, et cetera. So that winter data is extremely important to us. And so the whole planning process is really kind of, centered around winter occurring as a seasonal event for us. And so that's what's designated in the dark purple bar in the upper left. We look at data between November and March. And we harvest that data from our SCADA system. I think we've talked with the commission about that before. That provides us information on volumetric flow and pressure. We load that into our model. That moves us into the green box there. So that says conduct model verification. That takes us a couple months to harvest literally thousands of data points across our system, load them onto the system, go through a QA/QC process, ensure that we don't have outliers or anomalous data, things like that in there. At the same time that we're developing that model, as a generality, we kind of call this the model build process. At the same time that we're uploading that model verification data, we're also developing our gas growth forecast. That's the kind of blue bar there. And that's what's going to designate, if you will, kind of like our base model that we'll use to evaluate, how the system performed last year, and then use that as like the springboard to start forecasting, okay, how do we expect the system to perform as a function of customer usage? So that kind of takes us to that, I guess we have it designated as like July, August timeframe, that we have like that baseline model built. From there, we'll take in the forecast, and it doesn't really matter, what the forecast is. It's kind of the same process wherein, we load the forecast up, we aggregate it out to the system, and Grace Jones will be able to walk through with more detail. What's important here is the timeline. But over the course of a couple months, we'll load the forecast. We can run sensitivities, aggregate the data, run the system model, which I think we've explained before is a hydraulic simulation model. So it's basically taking in pressure and flow data. It's calculating out based on customer demand, what the resulting pressure and flow data is downstream on the pipeline and at the meter level. And that gives us a view into the system. So then based on how that system operated, right, sometimes the systems come back and say everything was fine. There's sufficient capacity in the system, nothing needs to change. That can certainly be an outcome. In other instances, it can say demand went down. So here's what the result is. It can also say, you know, the demand went up. Based on what the system is telling us is happening, we'll then design projects to meet that customer demand. That's the red box, which, you know, is basically scoping, estimating, expansion projects. That's, you know, basically a fancy way of saying we'll identify the projects, scope them. We'll take that through our early stage gate processes. We'll estimate them. We'll put schedules behind them, look at what it would take to construct them, feasibility. That's also when we flag and identify projects that need to go into our 9 pipeline alternatives analysis. You can kind of see the overlap there of the red and then moving into the orange bar in October, November timeframe. I know we've provided a lot of information on what that process looks like and how it works. We'll run that through the process, and then depending on what comes out of the other end, you know, we'll move that into our GIP filing, and, you know, we'll obviously talk about the project. So from cradle to grave, you know, this is nearly a 2-year-long process when you think about, you know, the importance of us ingesting the winter operating data, the length of time it takes to build a baseline model, to run sensitivities, to scope projects, to go through an MTA process. And so, you know, the company stands very ready to work with the commission to evolve our processes. For forecasting, I think the main point that I wanted to make, though, is that it will take us some time and several iterations to get there, just because we do have this kind of longer timeline to develop this. And this does represent, you know, efficiency improvements as well. We're doing more things in parallel efforts. We're using automated tools to help increase our efficacy of QA/QC and model build and things like that. So I won't get into all the details, but just wanted to kind of give you a sense of what it takes for us to prepare a system plan and then a resulting GIP filing. So with that, I'm ready to get into introducing more formally the company's other speakers. So any questions, Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, maybe just when you mute yourself for a second. In looking at the illustrative on the screen now, and I'm sure I'll have more questions as we move forward. What this represents, you know, essentially a very long timeline kind of information as it lays out. So how is the company able to take, say, outcomes from the clean heat plan or different changes in, you know, policy or incentives that crop up along the way that could fundamentally change, you know, your forecast as you go? Clearly, like, you can't stop every second and reevaluate and keep doing, but, you know, I would perhaps suggest that, like, the outcomes of the clean heat plan could be a major policy development that could and should be incorporated into any current forecasting. So, you know, how does your policy kind of accommodate or iterate on these major changes?
Yeah, so, you know, it really depends on a case by case basis. You know, you'll hear from John in a minute, and sorry for the microphone, you know, overlap there, non-intentional. You'll hear from John in a minute, you know, how we've started to incorporate clean heat plan as an example. You know, what it requires, and this certainly isn't, you know, meant disrespectfully, but, you know, obviously there's a lot of timing overlap between different filings that we're making with the commission and how we work with you all as our stakeholders. So to be very honest, you know, it kind of puts us in a position where we kind of have to, you know, draw a line in the sand and say, look, we know that we're going to have to incorporate clean heat as an example into our forecast. We want to incorporate that, but we don't have a fully settled case yet. So in that instance, you know, we kind of had to do our best evaluation of where we were at in the process and incorporate, you know, what we thought was relevant, and, you know, hope that it gets us close enough to the final outcome. That said, you know, your question is obviously broader than that. And, you know, my concern is that we have challenges with, like, the ordering of our filings. And I think it would be really good if we could work with the commission on, like, how can we kind of like rethink our order of operations to ensure we are including, you know, the best data available as it comes to fruition, but also in a timely manner. So, like, it can flow through our gas capacity planning process. So, you know, we can actually use the most up-to-date information. But right now, admittedly, there is, like, a little bit of a lag, which puts us in a position where we have to make that best evaluation. So that's an area where, you know, I would welcome our ability to work with the commission and take feedback and think through other ways that we could do that. But that's definitely a point of opportunity for us.
Yeah, that's helpful. All right. Perfect. On to you, Mr. Goodenough.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. So yes, John Goodenough, Director of Energy Demand Forecasting, will take it here, and he'll. Yeah, John.
Thanks, Stephen. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I did want to talk through a little bit about our process for forecasting customer counts and throughput, and focus on what we've done historically and how we're evolving that process through time, both changes that we made recently and then also what we're working on for future iterations of our forecasting. So looking at the far left there, our historical process, our customer and throughput models use system level monthly data. We get system level customer counts by class. I could just keep going. We get system level customer accounts by class, and run those customers and throughput by class.
Let's maybe pause if that's okay, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah,
let us get reset with our presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're back. Can you confirm?
I see evolution of customer and throughput forecasting.
Wonderful, thanks. Go ahead, John.
Excellent. So we're getting the data by class. So residential, small commercial, large commercial, for both customers and throughput. As we were historically looking at our customer growth and modeling it, we would use service territory population. So not population of the state of Colorado, but specifically in the major metros where the company had a footprint. Estimate the historical relationships between gas customers and population, use a forecast of the population to forecast out our customer growth. We base our throughput forecasts on what's called statistically adjusted end use modeling, or SAE modeling. And that's a way to bring in to the modeling changes in appliance saturations, so the percentage of customers that have specific appliances, as well as appliance efficiencies. We use a software called Metrics ND. It's provided by Itron to run those models, and we still continue to run the models in that software. The residential throughput outlook is calculated based on a forecasted use per customer model, or UPC model, multiplied by our customer count forecasts. Our C&I throughput is modeled directly in the SAE framework. And as I highlighted, the benefits of doing the forecasting this way, as opposed to just a pure econometric forecasting, is the ability to incorporate those changes in appliance saturation trends and efficiencies. We get that information as a trend, as an overall trend in use per appliance from Itron, who is the vendor for the software that we use. And that's ultimately based on data that comes from the EIA Annual Energy Outlook, and it's for the mountain region. So we are picking up some impacts of at a system level, we're picking up the impacts of the codes and standards, changes in appliance efficiencies, to the extent that they are picked up in the EIA model as well. Those forecasts, once they are created, are then adjusted for our demand side management programs. And just to note here that the forecast does include a steady decline in residential use per customer as a result of declining energy intensity and appliance efficiencies. So that's the old process. That's probably what any intervener or the commission would have seen up until a couple of years ago. Changes that we've been making recently and building on that old process are beginning in 2023. We started incorporating what we call market electrification into our residential forecasts. The way we got that market electrification number is we leaned on what's called our home energy use survey, which is a survey that we send to our customers every 2 years. And it asks about what types of appliances are in the home. And that is bifurcated into kind of older homes and then construction within the last 5 years. So what we are seeing is, recently, is that we would get those newer customers having a lower saturation of gas appliances and a higher saturation of electric heating, for example. So we started to build that into our forecast as well, just kind of this overall trend of more electrification, which results in a lower customer count on the residential side and then a lower use per customer as well, as we're expecting to get kind of more either all electric or electric with gas backup than we had seen in our historical models. So that's how we did our forecasting in 2023. Our recent forecasts and the forecast that we're developing now for use in this gas infrastructure plan does incorporate clean heat impacts. As Steve mentioned, we're a bit challenged by the timing of cases and orders and when we need to start doing our forecasting. So the impacts that are in there are tied and derived from the amended preferred portfolio. The result of that is much lower customer accounts and actually declining customer accounts, as we assume there's a certain amount of customers that would have or new development that would have incorporated gas that is now all electric, or there's kind of a tipping point for existing customers when they switch over a certain amount of their gas appliances, they just leave the system entirely. We do have assumptions around that built into our forecast. It results in a lower and a declining customer count. And then for the customers that remain on the gas system, we do have assumptions around how many of them, are on the gas system, but still only have a gas range or only have a gas water heater or have all of their appliances or gas. So we do have kind of built into our assumptions coming out of the APP assumptions of the appliance saturations for the remaining customers. Now, the result of that is a lower customer count and a much lower use per customer, as even the remaining customers are assumed to not necessarily have all gas appliances. The intent right now is to have that inform our low growth scenario in the 2025 GIP. So there will be some modeling around clean heat planning included in the filing. Looking forward, we are continuing to evolve our process. The company's undertaking a large project right now to develop a more granular forecasting methodology. And that's really on a kind of a geographic granular. So rather than running our models at the system level and making adjustments of what we think system impacts would be, taking that down a step, running our base models or our high level models at, say, the metro level or the division. And then also incorporating more localized impacts of the codes and standards, like we heard some of the presenters speak to today, into those more localized forecasts. So that'll allow us to get away from this overall system trend of more efficiency and lower usage or lower throughput due to codes and standards, and really kind of dial in where we expect those to have more of an impact. And also as part of that, we'll be developing propensity to adopt models, which should help us identify areas of high and low electrification, which again will inform those local areas of high electrification are likely to see more rapid declines in throughput than the system as a whole. I mentioned that's a planned future improvement, but that will not be ready for the gas infrastructure plan that we're currently working
on. Thanks, Mr. Goodenough. A couple of quick questions for you.
Sure.
Is the data from I think you called it customer energy use survey? Did I get it right?
Home energy use survey.
Yes. Home energy use survey. Is that data available?
I would have to check, but I believe we could share it.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Do you have any idea like how many customers it surveys?
It's a few thousand responses that we get each survey.
Okay, perfect. I would be interested to know how many people can identify the exact fuel use of each of their appliances. That's good if they know. That would be great.
I don't know is an answer to the a selection that they have. So
okay. Okay, so you indicated that like middle type you all started doing in 2023. So did the 2023 get 2023 get include the impacts of the market electrification and things you're talking about, or is this a difference in timing where the forecast was actually developed before 2023? Just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, it's the latter. So the last GIP used, I believe, our summer 2022 forecast. So it did not yet incorporate the impacts of market electrification. The clean heat plan forecast does include the impacts of market electrification.
Does.
Yeah.
Yes. And then is that I should have written down the words home energy use survey your only source of data, or do you utilize any other data, like say from municipalities about different building permit trends or things like that, others who may be tracking the type and size of especially fuel burning equipment?
Yeah, so the home energy use survey is our kind of source of truth for what's currently on the system right now. And then we do kind of extrapolate trends from that as well into the forecast. We're not currently looking at any specific data from municipalities to the extent they would have information on, the saturation of certain appliances across their entire customer base.
Or trends. Essentially, you don't have information from anyone else except that survey that you all orchestrate.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then I'm a little struck by the timing for your planned future improvements. You're probably aware that the commission ordered compliant forecasting by the next GIP. So what is your projected timeline if it's not ready for the 2025 GIP? When is it ready?
Largely, I would highlight that it's not ready for the 2025 GIP because that's a forecast that we're doing now. This is a project that's well underway, and we intend to have complete, within the next 12 months, I would say. So I think that would have it ready for the next gas infrastructure plan.
And for the next clean heat plan, that would be filed in summer 2026?
I believe so, yes. That should work.
Okay, just curious. Thanks. Go on.
Yeah, so the next slide here is just an illustrative example of kind of our old methodology, which would be the blue line on these forecasts. The enhancements that we made by incorporating the ME impact. You can see that's a lower residential use per customer, growing more slowly residential customer count, and then the amended preferred portfolio clean heat impacts are a dramatically lower residential use per customer and actually declining customer counts as we get further out in the forecast. And if there are no other questions on that, I will hand this over to Grace Jones to talk about capacity forecasting.
Great, thanks.
Hi, Commissioner Gilman. Thank you so much for having me today. Grace Jones, as Steve mentioned, I am the manager of gas strategic planning. So me and my team are responsible for developing the holistic system plans for our natural gas system, specifically focused on capacity expansion and ways to meet our net zero vision goals, clean heat goals, and of course, non-pipeline alternatives. So I wanted to talk a little bit today about how the output from the EDF team, so John in energy demand forecasting, feeds into the input of the capacity expansion forecasting process. So I have on the screen right now a flow chart that I think demonstrates the process to get from what John produces over to our 5-year design day planning models. And so I'll kind of work from left to right and explain it. If you do have any questions, please feel free to interject and we can pause at any point. So as John mentioned, the EDF team works on a statewide customer count growth by customer class, and that includes a 5-year monthly forecast of customer counts by class. And what the output of that is, it comes into our team, gas strategic planning and gas modeling and analytics. And from that, we calculate the annual percentage of customer growth by customer class. Specifically, we focus on 2 different customer classes, that being residential and small commercial. Then, in order to get that from a statewide level to a more granular geographically focused level, our team focuses on the information that is populated from DOLA, and that stands for the Colorado Department of Local Affairs. They produce every single year a demographic data set. And I apologize, I realized that the camera's down here, so I apologize. I have one up here as well, weird. So, excuse me, so DOLA produces every single year demographic data, which actually indicates where the population will be growing on different counties. And so what we do is we try to take the statewide growth forecast and then stratify it down to different areas in which the population growth is indicated to increase based off of the DOLA data. So if the DOLA data is essentially saying that a certain county will be declining in growth, we would apply a declining growth in that area. However, areas that are having more population growth will receive more of the statewide customer growth for residential and small commercial than their reciprocals. So after that is allocated down to an annual customer growth using that demographic data, we pair it with a few other critical information. So as I mentioned, that was only done for residential and small commercial. For forecasted peak hour demand growth in other business or customer categories, we rely on known customer load requests that are received through the builder's call line. And these are typically larger load requests that we incorporate into the model. So we're not incorporating every single residential house because we've already included growth from the residential and small commercial through the rate, but instead we focus on large applications. And that would be, large commercial customers, transport customers, things of that nature. And we feed that up into the forecast as well. In a parallel path, we do every single year reallocate and kind of validate our synergy gas model. So in doing that, what we really rely on is historical monthly customer data and meter read files. We receive those each month for each premise, and we pair those with the historical zone temperature data and feed that into what we refer to as the customer management module, CMM. CMM is a module within Synergy Gas that is used to evaluate the data of the customer meter read files and the weather data in order to produce an estimate of the base and the heat load per premise ID. And this takes into factors of similar gas usage in similar demographics to make sure that it's really acclimated to each individual premise ID. The other important thing to note here is since it is done annually and we are looking at the last year's meter read files, it will incorporate any changes in gas consumption use at that premise level as a result of energy efficiency or electrification. So this is getting updated yearly. At most, we're going to be a year behind on what those customers actually are using on a consumption level. And then also, of course, in the models, we are also updating the Small World GIS data. And this is where we house all of our mapping for our pipeline assets. And so by linking these together, we now have updated customer load data. And we also have the most up-to-date information on our pipeline assets. So location of the pipes, regulators, service stations. And we feed that into the Synergy Gas hydraulic model. So one important thing to note here is when we feed that customer data into the Synergy Gas hydraulic model, it gets associated to the nearest node. And so in Synergy Gas, we don't have a specific node for each individual customer, but instead they're round up to the pipeline asset. That is industry practice. And from there, we are able to couple that built model with the SCADA information that Steve was mentioning that we accumulated over the past heating season. And that's a way to really go through a full-fleshed QA/QC process to make sure that what the model is saying should have been performance from the past heating season matches the performance that we actually are seeing in the field. And that's our way that we can validate that our model is correct as of today. And once that model verification process is complete, we have what we consider an updated design day as is model. So that is how the model is performing today. We are then able to pair that with the 5-year forecasted growth that I was describing before, that includes the residential and small commercial growth rate and the known builder call line requests in order to develop an individual model for every year of the 5-year forecast. And then do the hydraulic modeling. So I can talk a little bit about that, but as Steve mentioned, the hydraulic model really depends on flows and pressures. And we're able to run those analyses with different sensitivities to see potential areas that we either have an existing or a forecasted capacity constraint. At which point we would then prescribe a mitigation in the form of a gas infrastructure capacity expansion project. And then of course, also, if eligible, proceed through an NPA analysis as well.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like on about an annual basis, you're understanding essentially like what have existing loads done, right?
Yes.
Or like what have been the changes over the last year? Have I got
Correct.
that right?
Yep.
Synthesize that, and then we say, okay, as is, if no one built another thing, here's how we're doing.
Yep.
And then you layer on top of it the future growth. I'm curious if the company has been seeing any trending with that existing data. I think you said there was
a decline or something? Like, what are you seeing in that existing data? I guess is the first question, and then I have a follow-on to it.
Yeah, so I think what you're getting at is, are we seeing with existing customers any reduction in gas consumption on a premise by premise data? And I actually don't have the answer to that today. What I will say though is we are still experiencing builders call line requests. So in general, our systems are still growing based on just natural growth on the system. We do have quite a few of large capacity requests. And so as those requests come from being, just an application to a real live load on the system, we're able to calibrate at that point to make sure that our model is verified.
Well, but with just the existing people, just what's happened in the last year, is there data available about how that is trending or has been trending?
I would have to take a follow-up to make sure that I coordinate with the subject matter experts of our CMM tool. So perhaps that's something that we could respond to via comments.
Okay. And then I'm just curious if you all like see a trend that's different than historical in all of a sudden this winter, it's just a different amount of change than you saw in the other winters. Do you all try to correlate that to anything, try and understand the purposes? And then do you, knowing like that's the base thing, and then you look at what else will be built?
Mm-hmm.
Do you at all try to glean intelligence for what is happening with the existing things on the system, as far as does that have an impact for what we think is going to happen for new stuff that doesn't exist yet?
Yeah, so the first part of your question, do we do a deep dive in areas where we see significant change? The answer is absolutely. And that's why that model verification process takes so long, is that we look at how did the model verify the previous year versus how is the model verifying this year? And if we see a significant change in load that's outside the realm of what we were expecting, our modeling and analytics team does a deep dive to make sure, do we have all the correct pipe sizes in? Do we have the operational parameters correct? What really contributed to that amount of significant load in the system? So we are able to troubleshoot down to make sure that the information is as up to date as possible. And then to your second question, I think, could you rephrase that one for me, please?
Sure. So if we look at this as two different steps, you have like analysis of what's going on existing on the system in the last winter. And then you layer on it a 5-year forecast for what new stuff will come on or what other changes will happen on the system. I guess those could be to existing people as well, but what changes will happen in the future? To the extent, like, do you use the most recent trend data that you understand from the last winter to at all inform or modify what you see as happening in the next 5 years? If you're seeing increased electrification, or all of a sudden the growth is flat for the last winter, does that at all then get put in or analyzed at all in the next step, which is what we think is going to happen in the next 5 years?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So we really rely on the customer account forecast that was developed by the EDF team. So I don't know if we reactively go back and look at that. John might be able to answer that question a little bit better than I. But typically it's really based off of what we think the customer count growth is going to occur and then comparing it to that DOLA data. And so if there is a noticeable trend, typically this is a 1% growth. So we don't really see like this massive spike. We aren't forecasting a massive amount of growth on the system outside of these known customer load requests, which sometimes can be quite large.
Okay.
All right, let's go on to the next slide, please. And so for here, I'm going to go through some of the outstanding key challenges that we have when it comes to forecasting to bring some transparency into the process. So this is split up into 4 different categories, and I'll talk about the first one, which is data availability. So at a high level, when it comes to gas consumption, the granularity of data is not necessarily there. So just want to bring transparency to the fact that on our gas system, we currently do not have any advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, which is really limiting the data granularity that we are able to get. Therefore, we really have to base our customer and throughput models based on monthly gas meter reads. That's the level of granularity that we are able to harvest from our system. And that not only informs the customer and throughput models, but it is also the basis in which we are estimating the design day peak hour gas consumption, again, utilizing those monthly gas meter reads. The second thing is heat pump performance. In regards to available data right now, the company is unaware of any heat pump performance in the field under design day conditions. Certainly we do have heat pumps in the field right now, but without having a design day occur, it's difficult to get that sort of level of performance to be understood and quantifiable. And then the last thing under data availability, and there's probably more, but these are the kickers, would be really the impacts of modifications to policies. So that would be the company's extension policy, the state and local policy. Since they are new and emerging, it's very challenging because they're not yet measurable and quantifiable. So being able to forecast the impacts that they might have, not only to throughput, but also the design day peak hour gas demand remains incredibly challenging. Next, our hydraulic modeling. And as a reminder, this is really used as our to do our capacity infrastructure planning. So the company utilizes Synergy gas hydraulic models, and we run those in steady state. So what that means is we are really representing 1 hour of gas consumption in lieu of daily or continual gas consumption. And that means that we're not doing an entire design day. Instead, the steady state model really focuses on 1 hour. So it's difficult to trend the gas consumption throughout the day and then feed that into the model. We really do have to look at just one peak through the steady state process. The third thing I'll mention is technology adoption. And Mark will definitely be talking more about this when it gets to his slides. But some current adoption trends of heat pumps through the beneficial electrification program is it's not currently reducing the design day peak hour consumption through that customer adoption. And I think primarily the reason for that is we're seeing predominantly the natural gas backup is still being used for space heating when customers are adopting heat pumps. And then fourth and final would be the clean heat plan impact. The actual customer adoption rates, and probably more specifically the geographic adoption rates are yet to be known until we begin the implementation process. Additional questions for me?
Yeah, of course. That note about the current adoption of heat pumps not having reduced the design day peak, blah, 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 lots of words. Design day peak demand, basically. Is that on those actual customers who have implemented or on the system at large?
On the customers, as I understand it, that have adopted heat pumps through our beneficial electrification program. And to give you a little bit of a teaser, I think that Mark has a nice graph that you're going to like on this particular topic. So I'd probably not be doing it justice if we digged into the details too much.
Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to the graph. One other question for you, Ms. Jones, before I let you go. Have you looked for, I guess it's important to know if you've looked for it and seen any changes in consumption or capacity data in areas like Boulder, say, that have mature implementation of advanced code programs? Just curious if you see differences in, say, growth trends from area to area.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And I think at a high level, and don't hold me to this, the answer is yes. Statewide, there are certainly different areas and cities that we are experiencing more growth and thus need to consider different applications, whether that's a gas infrastructure project or a non-pipeline alternative. Specifically comparing it to Boulder, I don't know if I'm prepared to do that right now, but typically the indication is, do we have new business projects in that area, or are we specifying a capacity expansion project in that area? And as of our 2024 gas infrastructure plan, neither were true in the Boulder area. So that could be an indicator that they are experiencing less design day peak hour gas growth.
Okay. And it kind of relates to my question before about if you're seeing a difference in historical all of a sudden, do you use that to inform what you say the future looks like? And so perhaps Boulder is a good example whereby, I mean, I don't have all the numbers, but I think we'd have to compare kind of population growth to the growth on, that you're seeing in peak capacity. And if there's an anomaly there, does that help inform what you think will happen in the future in that very same area?
Yeah.
By looking at what's already happening.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. And I would just reiterate that the statewide or the residential or small commercial growth that we are applying at a county level is relatively small. A lot of areas that we're experiencing a lot of growth still remain because of known business requests, which are under the privy of the company's extension policy. So typically, in cities like Boulder, for example, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, but you could potentially see a reduction in new business requests for gas service. And so it's not necessarily included as a missed opportunity. We just never ever see it. And so we don't know that they even considered going to gas and then switched over to electrification. Does that make sense?
Kind of, but to the extent, like, let's say they have the same exact population growth as some other county, but already they're showing they're not growing in gas capacity needs. I would think that would tell you something's up there. Something is having an influence on the development. So, if we completely ignore the fact that they haven't grown at the same rate as other places, despite, I'm making a lot of hypotheticals, despite the same population growth as somewhere else, we might have our forecasting off where we're just assuming the same thing happens in the future in a bunch of places where we already have data.
Right.
It's not.
Sure. Understand your point.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I think that's my question for now. Thanks.
Great. Well, with that, I will hand it over to Mark Schoenheider, who will talk a little bit about beneficial electrification and our recent experiences.
Thank you, Grace. So we're going to take a few minutes to talk about the results from our beneficial electrification programs that are offered through our demand-side management portfolio. As you may be aware, the company asked for a variance when we were filing our 21-22 DSM plan to allow us to start offering rebates for fuel switching. And once approved, we launched that plan on April 1st of 2021. This first slide is intended, and it's a little confusing, so I'll kind of go through the layout first, and then we'll go to the takeaways that are in those boxes. And so looking at the slide, each of the colors represents a different year, 21 through 24. 21 is a partial year because we started with the rebates in April, and 24 is also a partial year. It's data up through pretty close to the end of June. The sort of leftmost column and the middle column are for space heating, and the right column is for water heating, which are primarily the two end uses where we targeted beneficial electrification measures. And the vast majority of this data, 99.99%, are for residential installations. We have had very, very sparse, very limited adoption by commercial customers. So once we're into space heating and water heating, we then tried to break it out into dual fuel and all electric. And you'll notice both dual fuel and all electric show for space heating, but only all electric shows up for water heating. We generally do not see customers. They'll generally only have one water heating appliance in a residential home. And so there isn't really a dual fuel equivalent there. So I think that's enough of the setup. What I will say, and I'm just going to sort of start with that furthest left graph, and really the key takeaway there is the majority of the beneficial electrification rebates that we've seen to date are single family homes and are dual fuel space heating homes. So these are homes that previously had a gas fired heating system and likely an air conditioner, and that gas heating system could be a boiler, or more likely what we're seeing are gas furnaces, and they replace the air conditioner with a ducted heat pump. Some are cold climate, some are not, but then also in here are a good number of customers that had a central natural gas fired heating system and put in mini split or multi-split heat pumps. So not a centrally ducted system, a system where you'd have one outdoor unit and potentially multiple indoor units. And we found those are a little more common with customers that had hydronic heat or boilers or something that didn't have existing ductwork. So the sort of second, if you just go vertically down, and the second point to pull out is that new construction space heating is more likely to have electric resistance backup than natural gas backup. So that's an encouraging trend, right? Where customers are putting heat pumps, air source heat pumps into their new construction buildings. They are generally not putting a gas furnace with it, right? There's approximately 105 homes that are represented in that new construction area down there that are primarily heated with electricity with heat pumps, and very few of those, only 4 of those, have a gas backup with it. The third point I'll put out, and it's kind of in the middle of the screen there, because I think you had asked specifically if there were things we could learn from geographic areas like the Marshall Fire area. 29 of the new homes that have all electric space heating were Marshall Fire rebuilds. And those homes basically came through the programs in either 23 or 24. So that's kind of that circle that, one way you could think about this is about half of the electrically heated new homes that have come through the programs in the last 2 years are from the Marshall Fire. Now, one thing I will point out is even though those new constructions homes may have all electric space heat and may have electric water heaters, many customers still choose to have a natural gas hookup, whether that's for cooking, for laundry, or even just for future proofing, so to speak, in case they're not satisfied with the electric heat pumps. And we don't have great data to understand really why those homes did still get a gas hookup, even if they have primarily electric space heating and water heating. And then I think the last and kind of an interesting call out here is that a higher percentage of homes in the new home space have electric water heating compared to those with electric space heating. And that wasn't always true. In 21 and 22, we actually had very, very low uptake of heat pump water heaters in our new homes program. We did change the program around, and we offered a prescriptive rebate upfront for heat pump water heaters within new homes, and we've seen significantly more participation there than we had in previous years, as well as more participation there than in those same new homes that have electric space heating. So I'm going to pause here, because if I've heard anything so far, it's that if I give you a graph, you're going to ask questions.
I can't help it. Okay, this graph is the whole deal, the whole slide. This is representing all homes developed on your system, or just those that are rebated? I'm sorry if I missed that.
This is specifically participation in our DSM programs that are specifically targeted at beneficial electrification. So anything that has come through one of our programs. And so like on the new home side, I think we get generally, a ballpark of 1,000 homes a year, 1,000 new homes. And keep in mind, to qualify for the program, your home has to be built significantly above the local code. So code minimum homes would not show up in here. So these are already some of the most efficient homes built. On top of that, a subset are going primarily electric.
And so I build a new home that has all electric heating, but I put in a gas fireplace. What column am I in?
You would be in that all electric new construction, because that is specific to space heating. And so a little bit of context here. If we look at 2013, the red column, we show 34 new construction, all electric space heating homes. We only 6 of those didn't have a gas line to them, right? So the majority of those homes, even though they had all electric space heat, many of them likely had electric water heat, still had a gas line hooked up to them at the customer or developer's choice.
Okay. And you know that the heating is all electric because of the rebate process and the information you collected?
Yes. So for each of the homes in our new home program, we actually have a building simulation that not only has all of the typical manual J calculations. So every wall structure, we have an R value and infiltration. Every window, we know the shading factor, all that. But we also know all of the equipment that is installed in the home. So not only that it was a heat pump, but the make, model, serial number, the if electric resistance backup is present, the amount of it, we would know if there's a gas furnace or a gas water heater or whatever. And so that's true of all of our new home, our energy. It was historically the Energy Star New Home program, the Energy Star New Home program homes, which in throughout the last years up until the middle of 23, we had about 1,000-ish participants. We unfortunately expect a very steep decline in that program because of one of the outcomes of our strategic issues filing was that program can't be offered to homes that have a gas line hooked up to them. And so we're going to have a much smaller data set moving forward.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Awesome. We're ready to move on to the next slide. Okay. So this is really representative of the same data, just presented in with a geographic flavor to it. And our intent was to show where the beneficial electrification participation has been. This does not include the new construction homes. This is only retrofit. The new construction is a little harder for us to get into the same data system because as they're being built, they don't have a premise. They don't have a true physical address in our system. So that's kind of a different, but really, and this is a little over 6,100 homes. I think the total number there, if you added up the dual fuel plus gas only plus electric only, that's the total number that are shown here. It is retrofit. It also, and one point I maybe should have made on the other slide, this is not necessarily every heat pump that comes through our program. These are only the heat pumps that are converting the former use from gas to electricity. So if a home previously had an electric resistance hot water heater and they moved to a heat pump water heater, it would not show up here because that's not impacting our gas system, right? That's electric to electric. Same thing with space heating. If they had an old heat pump or if they had electric resistance heating as a baseline, those don't show up. But effectively what you see here is, I think, makes sense given the sort of out front place that Boulder and Denver have had within the state as far as encouraging electrification. And so, the sort of hot button, if you will, is really those 5 zip codes in Boulder that have 37% of our electrification participation. I'm sorry, they have 17% in Boulder. It's kind of a smaller area than Denver, but a little brighter spot on the map, right? Denver's a little larger, has had more participation, but overall it's kind of more diversely spread out. And I think the last thing I want to point out on this slide, I believe it was in your questions that you sent over, was of our customers that have participated, the vast majority are combo customers. So, all but 12, all but 17 are combo gas and electric service customers.
Okay. Just a quick question. Does the geographic concentration of where you're seeing uptake of the BE, especially with regard to retrofits, is that being factored in to the company's current forecasting that is underway for the next year? Like, is there a message there in terms of forecasting? It looks like specifically for Denver and Boulder.
Well, so that's a bit of a complicated question. And to start to answer that, I'm going to go back to the slide before with what we're seeing are not all electric space heating, right? They're primarily dual fuel. And as Mr. March talked about earlier, those dual fuel heat pumps that are going in still have primarily a gas furnace backing them up. And so on the coldest days, the demand that they put on the system is no different than the demand put on the system by a traditional gas furnace, right? And so there is a concentration, but if you look at the total number of all electric heat pumps, and add up all of the numbers in that middle box, right? There's somewhere in the ballpark of less than 150 out of 6,000. And so even if all of those were clumped right in one area, it's going to have a very hard to detect impact on the system. Now, that being said, Ms. Jones talked earlier about how the hydraulic model is calibrated every year, sort of based on observable data. So yes, from that perspective, every single one of these heat pumps that is on the system and not using gas on the design day will be picked up in that calibration, which is the basis then new loads would be added to. So it should be there. And I think your questions were spot on earlier of like, okay, are we seeing something different in that area? And my hypothesis is we likely, if we looked at that very granular level of detail, and if we had the data granularity to do that, we would likely see the throughput was reduced for in those areas. But I don't know if we'd be able to detect the 150 or so customers, the demand usage, the capacity sort of reduction from those, because it's such a small percentage of the heat pumps. And at the end of the day, there's the team has done phenomenal work, right? 6,000 plus heat pumps in a few years from basically nothing, but that's still a small percentage of the overall roughly million gas customers in Colorado.
Yeah, understood. Thanks. Okay, I'll let you finish up because I know some other folks are waiting. I want to make sure I do ask them more questions because I have more questions.
I think that is my last slide. And so I think we're opening up free for all for questions.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Schoenheider. Thanks to your whole team, Mr. Marks, Ms. Jones, for sharing with us. Mr. Goodenough, I think I was on too. Okay, so if I can have maybe some of the presenters check on your cameras. Given the time we have left, I'll try and pose a few questions today. But I might also, if it works for you all, have a couple questions after that I might issue in writing and just ask you to respond to, because I just worry we won't get to all of the interest areas today, and I want to make sure we keep advancing this conversation kind of as quickly as possible, especially given the timelines that we see from the company and when they develop forecasting and kind of what influence we can have to ensure that concerns here are heard in their current forecasting iteration. So curious, maybe I'll start with it looks like the company does have data when they issue a rebate on what is the backup source of power. Are we gas backup, electric backup? I'm just curious for Boulder and Denver, is that something you also collect as well when you give a rebate for a project? And if so, is there trend data that you're seeing? Does it largely comport, to what kind of degree are you seeing gas backup versus electric backup, and does it change based on new construction versus retrofit?
Yeah, I mean, I can offer from the Boulder perspective. We do capture the condition of the home and how the heat pump's going in and that type of information as part of our advising process. We've certainly seen a mix consistent with what Mr. Schoenheider mentioned, that in our harder to retrofit homes, we're seeing ducted heat pumps going in, and you would still see gas usage in those homes. But we're also seeing people terminating their gas service fully as well. So we have that information.
Yeah, from Denver's perspective, we have information that I have to clarify with our programs team on the detail to which we have that specific information on whether there's gas backup. I believe we do have information on that, but I can say that our rebates for cold climate systems, which we are pushing much more aggressively to eliminate the need for gas backup, have been essentially rebated at the inverse to what the company has reported. So this year, this is the data that I have just immediately available is a little bit outdated, but we've rebated, I think this is from May, but 215 cold climate systems compared to 58 non-cold climate. And it is the non-cold climate that obviously you would anticipate much more consistently having that gas backup. So, so just for reference point.
And if I might, just a point of clarification, the figure there, especially on the left side, that was both cold climate and non-cold climate. And so what we're actually finding is even the vast majority of customers, even with cold climate heat pumps, still keep their gas backup.
Yeah, absolutely understood. I will try and follow up though with more detailed information on our program participants and how common it is that gas backup is maintained.
Yeah, and just noting that a cold climate heat pump, like you may retain the gas backup, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's contributing to the peak design day. It can be a contingency, like in an outage, you know, in a really cold day or an issue with the heat pump, but not necessarily commonly running at the temperatures of the design day. So just wanted to note that. I think the other thing, just to add to what Mr. Shea noted, we definitely find that a lot of systems going in haven't gone through haven't qualified within the rebates for very interesting nuances. So for example, we've had a lot that have gone into smaller spaces, and none of the units that the manufacturers recommend into those smaller spaces meet all of the specifications of Excel's rebate requirements, and so they haven't qualified for the Excel rebates. And those are a lot of cold climate rated ductless split systems. So there's a lot of things that will show up in one data set that aren't in the other data set for those nuances.
Is there any, I guess, are any of like the entities doing these rebate programs attempting to track like performance in that understanding? I mean, there is much to do about the backup of the air source heat pump. I get it. It matters quite a bit. We're either essentially, as I understand it, basically maintaining the gas system at same or increased size with very little throughput to pay for it, or we're putting, you know, fairly significant stress on the electric grid if it's electric resistance. So I'm curious, especially with kind of the latest and greatest of cold climate air source heat pumps, what is the latest? Like, is anyone tracking? Are people even doing this without backup and it's working? Like, you know, I feel like all of these discussions are predicated on the idea that there definitively is one of these two backups for the foreseeable future. And I'm curious if that is anyone tracking and looking on the ground, you know, at how this is going.
I can say that from our perspective, we are trying to get that data and look at individual participants and the systems that have been installed and get sort of pre and post intervention data to make that analysis, and it is in progress, and so we are hoping to be able to present that type of information moving forward.
And I would kind of acknowledge, like, the individual settings matter a lot, right?
They do.
Got to geek out on my own and set it to some much more aggressive situation. And like, my backup was running far more than it ever needed to, right? Like, it's sometimes a matter of these settings, and it feels a bit unfortunate that, like, you don't want to make the barrier so high for one of these rebate programs that you have all these a million follow-up steps, but like, the settings kind of make or break what happens in these colder situations, right? And how frequently and how deeply do we have to run something else? And it's just
Yeah,
tough.
if I may, I can talk a little bit about what we're doing. And we actually have a multi-phased approach to answering exactly that question. We started with a working with NREL to do a very focused laboratory-based set of tests to understand how cold climate heat pumps work, not just at our temperatures, but also at our elevation. We actually, after contracting with NREL, we had to put it on pause for a minute because they had to upgrade their laboratory to be able to test down to 25 below, which was our test for that. And so we did a research project with them, which started with 2 cold climate units in their Golden facility. The second phase of that, we have 12 units that are in customer homes that are instrumented both for power consumption as well as for airflow and temperature measurements, so we can actually see the heat output from the units as well as the power consumption. And then the I guess one intermediate phase of that, we also have a couple units that we put in mobile lab trailers up in Leadville to try to get a more, another set of that lab data. And then the fourth phase, which is we're just getting into, is we've put in roughly 6,000 heat pumps. Of those are water heaters and space heating. A little over 5,000 are space heating heat pumps, and we actually have a pretty good overlap of those units where we've put Aegis meters on the home, right? And so we have a data set there of overlap where we can start to see how what the whole home electric consumption looks like over time. And we looked at this last winter's heating data, and there's an overlap where we have a certain number of those homes that have a year's worth of pre-data before the Aegis meter, or with the Aegis meter before the heat pump was installed, that also have a year's worth of data after. Crunching through all of that, not only to understand some of the questions you were just asking, but also as a feedback loop for our DSM programs to help train contractors better on how to install and what a quality install looks like, right? So how do you set up temperature setbacks? How do you set up the sequencing of multiple stages? What are the delay times? What's the dead band? All those sorts of things. So we are crunching through a lot of that large data right now. We intend to, it was not done and is not ready for, some of the forecasting that's in there right now, but it's sort of a parallel path, and we can have qualitative observations there. And as we go and as we keep getting better, we'll include it in forecasting. But so it's underway. Unfortunately, it's kind of a long process, but there should be some really good information coming out of that work.
Thank you. The next, I'm just gonna rapid fire because we're all gonna leave at 5, I think, because it's the summer, and let's leave at 5. I'll give you follow-up questions, but curious right now on new construction. So retrofit and what they use as backup aside, what can we figure out together? We all put our brains together around, is there any trending on capacity for new construct? Peak capacity is okay if I use that, as just a per house term, right? Because I get you, and I've heard you this time and before, one of the major issues it seems like we're dealing with in forecasting is this divorce between throughput and capacity, and probably projected to grow, especially if we see partial electrification. And so I'm curious, we've got these, whether they're rebuilds from the Marshall Fire or whatever, people going almost entirely electric, but we've got a gas fireplace. Or we've got in your customer count, yeah, that's a customer. It looks nothing capacity wise like a customer for heating looks. And so how are we tracking and understanding? I mean, you guys will get a load service request, right? It's going to show how much gas their peak demand is. The building departments are getting permits that show what the heating systems are and what their peak demands are in heating calcs. So who's tracking what, and how can we understand what this looks like in new construction? What is the trending for usage per customer? Max, sorry, I said usage. See, I slipped. In peak capacity per new customer.
Yeah, Commissioner Gilman, I'll take that. And unfortunately, it might be an unsatisfying answer. We don't have that prepared for you today, but that's something we could respond back to you on in terms of what the trends are. Again, what Grace had walked us through is we basically take the monthly usage data on a customer basis. And then as we kind of see growth, right, in areas of the system based on DOLA data, we'll basically add the two together to kind of get a resulting look at where we expect growth to materialize on our system. And then beyond that, we'll actually, like you said, you've nailed it perfectly. We'll take the actual, if we have like a builder's call line request from a developer, we'll look at the interconnected gas usage that the customer is requesting, and then we can use that as well. So it's a little bit of both, but that's something that we could follow up with you on and look at the trend data.
Yeah, it just strikes me like, if you're looking at 5 years for a growth, you're looking at customers that don't exist yet. Like,
Yeah.
like you don't have largely an actual piece of paper. I'm trying to figure out, can we use what we've got over the last 3 years, 5 years to say, is there a trend in what capacity per customer for a new house people are requesting? Because I'm just looking at like the data from Mr. Schoenheider's graph with all the rebate stuff. And even though there was a good number of buildings, of homes that were all electric for their space and water heating, the vast majority of them got a gas line. And so I'm worried in forecasting, we're saying, well, customer's a customer. Yeah, they're all going to use whatever as the peak demand. And clearly they're not using it for their heating, right? So whatever they got that gas line for is either a stove or a fireplace, which in no way compares to what the peak sizing would have been to actually heat the home. So curious, if some combination of what public service gets through those builder call line requests, if we can trend that, and if we could trend perhaps at the building department level, what you all are seeing, can we figure out, does that fundamentally look different per customer for the capacity piece going forward?
Yeah, and I'd add the other dimension we need to be thoughtful of here is the system performance data. So the other thing to calibrate off of is what we see with actual system pressures. Like that's like, call it, our regulating function that lets us, defray, correlation and causation issues as a function of what we think might happen with customer usage versus what's actually happening on the system. So that would be the other thing that we could provide is what we actually see in terms of pressure trend, because that would kind of ignore causation in that sense and kind of get to the root of like, okay, how is usage actually maturing as a function of customer growth?
And like, how localized how many points on your system do you have pressure trends? Like, how minute or broad is that analysis?
A lot, and I think Grace can come on camera and might have more granularity. If not, we could follow up.
Yeah, I was going to echo a lot, Steve. I don't know if I know the number off the top of my head, but within the actual system itself, we have thousands of points in which we track data and volume and flow, and that's just through our SCADA system. And then on the hydraulic system, like I mentioned, it's based on nodes. Well, the number of nodes in your hydraulic model is, I want to say, limitless, but that's not entirely true because your models just get too large that you can no longer run them. But the number of nodes that we can try to, account customers onto on the hydraulic system, again, could be very, very high.
Okay, but hypothetically, there are thousands of points on the system where you could say, you don't get to design temp every year.
Correct.
Some would say not in the past 30 years in
Correct.
some places. But let's say you could peg the same fairly extreme temperature every year and say on each of these nodes, has it gone down? Has it gone up? Like, is that part of what you're already analyzing, or would that be kind of a separate trending to try to find, the coldest is different every year. So what do we just pick a temperature and say, when it's -15, how has it changed from, a temp you see every year?
Yeah, I think so. It is part of our process right now through model verification. Every single year, we rely on the heating season data from the previous year. And we generally try to verify our model based off of the coldest temperature that was received through the past heating season. And so what we'll do is we'll scale down our model as a percent of peak to try to validate against that temperature before we scale back up. The one thing that I think that we could follow up with you on is the trending part of that. So we're doing it every single year, but providing some more information as to changes is something that we could reasonably do.
Well, it
through a
sounds like
reply.
if you're picking kind of the coldest of each year, you know, it might be a moving target. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not perfect, but just like
Right.
say, I'm going to do it at the same time. I mean, do your own analysis, whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, but like for the purposes of seeing this, can we peg a temp that's pretty extreme, but we know we see every year, and
Yep.
say like at that temperature, what changes year over year? That seems like it could be helpful.
Yeah, it's within our capabilities for sure.
Okay. Does the company keep any data on retired gas services like that do not recur? Like CLAM went through a fairly major one. But do you keep any data on those in terms of kind of throughput and capacity, and understood this is something that will probably eventually show up? It sounds like kind of in the retrospective way you do it. But do you all, you know, like keep that information and utilize it in any way?
Not that I'm aware of. I know we certainly have information on what, you know, service lines have been retired, but in regards to what their historical peak usage was, I'm not sure that that would be readily available, or even their throughput.
Okay, sorry. Curious on the building performance standard folks, a few of you. When you get the building saying how they're gonna comply, you know, are they telling you, you know, are you able to then glean if they're changing their mechanical fuel type, what kind of backup type they'll be changing to? Is all of that clear to you? And then like kind of what kind of lead time does that give you before the change? Just trying to figure out if we have kind of the maximum transfer of useful information here between you all and the company.
Yeah, so the vast majority, and this would probably be the same case for the state of Colorado, do not have to report that kind of information to us. Like if they turn in their benchmarking data once a year and it proves that they hit the EUI or the greenhouse gas emission goal that they were trying to get to, that's technically all they have to turn in. It's when they're looking for an adjustment of some kind. Like if they want extra time, then the ordinance allows, like I'm going to do a major renovation in 2026, but something was due in 2025, then they would turn in their actual plan. Like, this is my HRA level 2 audit. This is what I'm going to do. This is when I'm going to do it. But it's only in those cases that we would know the details of what they're doing. So it's only if they ask for an adjustment. But we're also probably estimating, I don't know, at least probably, I'm guessing, at least in Denver, we're going to get timeline adjustments for probably at least 40% of our buildings where we would have that information. So 40% of that 3,000 buildings, I think, are going to turn in timeline adjustments. So we would end up having that information, but otherwise it's only reported through benchmarking.
And will you understand if they're maintaining gas as a backup as part of that, or you would only understand like?
Not it really depends on how much detail they put in that application.
Maybe you could encourage them.
We could encourage
that
them.
sort of detail. It sounds like it's very helpful to know what
exactly
the be.
Yeah, we could certainly ask for that kind of information. It's kind of up to them to whether or not they actually give us specific equipment or not. They may just say, I'm doing a major renovation and I am changing out this equipment, but they may not add those extra details. That's always something we could ask for.
Thanks. Curious from CEO.
Yes, so I echo everything Sharon said. We actually learned a lot from Denver, from how they implement their program. And yeah, so for the state, we do have 2026 and 2030 goals. So if they are requesting a target or timeline adjustment, we do require third-party certification of the benchmarking data, but also energy audit information. So it can vary depending on the engineering firm. We haven't quite I'm blanking on the word, but they can just submit an energy audit as long as it meets HRA level 2. So we can possibly learn from that documentation, but like Sharon said, like it's only if they're requesting that target adjustment or that timeline adjustment. When for the state, when we do get our pathway selections next year, we will be able to see the buildings who are very close to compliance, and then we can estimate like, okay, they have 5 EUI points. They're not going to do a major renovation, or based on their performance, they're probably highly like mostly electric in that building. And we can also see the buildings baseline who are really far from the target. So maybe they will undergo a major renovation. But that will have to have stakeholder engagement with those buildings. And again, having that energy audit data, requesting that specific equipment and backup data from them. So we can, since the state is kind of at the start of this procedure, we can put that in our procedure that we request that type of information.
And just so I'm clear, I think it's Denver. Too many. In the building performance standard, whereby, or maybe building code, whereby like change out of mechanical equipment has to change to electric, I think beginning in 2024. Did I get the party right?
Yeah, it's Denver.
Okay, Denver.
Yep.
That is code.
I'm curious. It was really more of a question for the company. I just had to identify like where it was in my brain. So for the company with a built-in code like that, seems to have a fairly unambiguous impact on both capacity and throughput. If you can't install the equipment, you can't install the equipment. It's not gonna, I mean, perhaps there is still one piece of equipment in the building that didn't die yet and isn't getting replaced, but whatever that piece of equipment that's coming out is what it is. So have you all interfaced with Denver at all to kind of understand the pace and depth of these programs and how that would have an impact on both capacity and throughput, especially in that particular area?
I'll take a first stab at this, or Steve just came off of mute as
That's
well.
okay. Go ahead, Grace.
And then feel free to interject if I get anything wrong. To the best of my knowledge, we have not yet. It's my understanding that, there is perhaps an opportunity here to coordinate more with Denver to get some more information on that bill. The one thing I'd caution us on is, in some cases, if gas is remaining as a backup or if it's not considered to be cost effective, we wouldn't want to under forecast either. So there's, a disproportionate amount of risk with overbuilding our system versus underbuilding our system. If we are underbuilding our system, we get into the case of a potential gas outage, which could be pretty severe. And as you know, is not quite as an immediate turnaround as an electric outage. All of that to say, I think that there is still an opportunity here to coordinate a little bit more with Denver and Boulder. So appreciate you, Commissioner Gilman, bringing us all together in this light to be more collaborative.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's shades of gray with the different kind of optionality in some codes, whereas others seem less ambiguous about what is going to happen, especially as you point out to this throughput versus capacity problem. If the equipment comes out, those both go.
Well, may I ask a clarifying question? So, and perhaps this is for you, someone from Denver, but it's my understanding based on your presentation that the Denver code doesn't actually require full electrification. Am I interpreting that correctly?
It depends on the type of equipment that
Okay.
people are allowed to keep gas as a backup, but it depends on the equipment. And I'd have to, some of the folks that had to drop off know more about that than I do. But it does depend on the type of equipment as to whether or not a partial gas backup is allowed.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Sharon knows more about that than I do, but I would note that Excel was a participant in our committee meetings. So, that has been as we developed the code. So, they've been present. It's been nothing that we have not communicated or anything like that.
Oh, and I certainly wasn't trying to imply that. Don't get me wrong.
We sort of tried to emphasize that aspect of how collaborative process we tried to make it, and the committees that were formed. So
Yeah, I think for me, it's one thing to participate in the code, and thank you for including Excel. I think trying to understand how we can turn those impacts into something that's measurable and quantifiable is where the challenge lays. Because, the timeline is uncertain based on the equipment, it's a little bit uncertain. So really being able to quantify the impacts to both throughput and peak demand is the challenge. And I think from like an academic standpoint, it seems pretty simple that it's going to have some sort of impact, but how much and where is really going to be the thing that is challenging. And like I said, we do have an asymmetrical risk here with the gas system. We certainly don't want to have anybody cold either when it's negative, a lot outside. So that was my point. Mm-hmm.
If I may offer, I just want to say, I think in the case of water heating, that's not a scenario in which you would have backup. So I think it's a very solid place to start, assuming that you're taking what is a fairly flatter load and just reducing it so the whole peak would come down by some amount. It's going to be on space heating, where I think we, Denver and others, recognize that it's somewhat more challenging to retrofit.
Sure.
To the new construction point, a properly designed new home or building doesn't have either electric or gas backup. It's just relying on the heat pump. And so that's what we should be planning for new construction. Retrofit is a little bit more challenging. So I think those nuances can be built in.
Well, listen, I don't want to be the one to keep you past 5. I said we'd be done by 5. I bet it'll be 5:02 by the time I finish talking. But first of all, I just want to thank you all for joining us today and your teams to help put together the information. I really, really appreciate it. This was an important, I think, step to understand the context of what all is going on so we can really begin to kind of endeavor to move forward in this discussion. Also, thanks to my great team at the PUC and AG's office for helping us pull this off. We do have a workshop calendared already for the 29th, where we intend to look at 2 other issues in this proceeding, gas system mapping and cost benefit analysis related to the NPAs. So we will have a quick shift on that. We're also projecting we'll have a 3rd workshop in August, where we can ideally bring in some more outside experts and people to talk us through what does best practice look like in some other areas, perhaps, so we can get some more people to help us brainstorm how to improve upon these few areas. And so thank you. I learned a lot today. I do think I'll probably be asking some questions as a follow-up to this. So just as like fair warning, if there was some data you brought up today and I was like, it would be great to have that or see that, like, I'm probably gonna ask, it'll maybe take us a week or something to turn around the order, but it's probably coming. And then also, one thing that's clear to me is you all, talking kind of municipalities and public service company in Colorado have information that is really critical to each other. It certainly seems to me that the municipalities have quite a bit of information about growth patterns, where you see future growth, obviously the building codes and incentives, and all sorts of data that you can or already are tracking as far as trending to help warn, alert, help us all understand the direction that all of this is going. In all honesty, whether we're talking about the gas distribution system, the electric distribution system, because you're all the same people I saw, of course, in those workshops as well. And so, the one thing that's very clear to me today is like more communication is better. So I'm here to kind of help and try to facilitate and try to give an idea to how we see structuring some of this conversation and kind of processes moving forward to get to a more common understanding of the best way to move forward. But don't let me be a barrier if you all want to get together and talk. I mean, I take your schedule seriously, Mr. Martz, so I understand you are in the midst of forecasting. So do not allow me to get in your way if you think that there are conversations or information that those represented here today or others can help you with. Please do have those conversations aside from what we're doing technically in this proceeding, because it seems like there are a lot of good ideas and information that can help to aid us all in making sure that the systems are right-sized, right? That we are certainly not underserving what needs to happen, but also that we are avoiding wherever possible additional costs that ratepayers would end up bearing for these systems if the forecasts that, you know, in our best wisdom do not turn out. So anyway, I thank you all for your efforts today and would really encourage you all to, you know, have discussions, get together, especially during this time where it seems as though that forecast is still somewhat pliable. If I'm understanding from your graph correctly that you don't think January gets us there, then please do have some of those discussions now amongst yourselves. But with that, thank you again. I will see some of you, maybe new faces, tune into the July 29th workshop where we'll continue some of the other areas of work here. So thank you so much, and everyone enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.